Yeah, it's expensive.
I'd like to reconvene the meeting from closed session. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance being given by our student representative, Abdullah Fatahi.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much.
Now, for the moment of silence, I would like to have the silence moment because we've had a serious incident take place this week at Orangeview Junior High School. It happened with one of our students earlier this week, and our hearts and our prayers are with this student and their family and the entire Orangeview family. So please, in your mind, in your moment of silence, pray for the best outcome for all of them. Thank you all. Now we will go to our closed session report. The clerk of the Board of Trustees will now report on the actions taken during our closed session.
5.1, no reportable action taken regarding public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. 5.2, no reportable action taken regarding anticipated litigation. 5.3, no reportable action taken regarding negotiations. 5.4, no reportable action taken regarding personnel. 5.5, no reportable action taken regarding personnel. 5.6, no reportable action taken regarding personnel. 5.7, the Board of Trustees unanimously approved the settlement agreement in OAH case number 2021-080375, resolving all issues in students' due process complaint by changing students' placement and providing compensatory services and reimbursement. 5.8, the Board of Trustees took formal action with a 7-0 vote to approve the expulsions of students 21.05, 21.06, 21.07.
Okay, thank you. Now, the Board of Trustees would like to recognize our community stakeholders for your interest in the Anaheim Union High School District and for your attending our board meeting. Thank you so much to each of you for your participation and your contribution as we create an educational environment that graduates socially aware, civic-minded students who are college and career ready for the 21st century. And our guests this evening include Robert Boyington, the VP of Operations for Pinner Construction, Danielle Boyington, Marketing, Pinner Construction, Grant Schuster, our ASTA President, is it Natalie Saldivar? All right, she's our APGA Co-President. Amanda Bean here for the ALTA group. Lisa Eck, the CTA advocate. Gail Kairos from North Orange County Community, ROP, not Community College, North Orange County ROP. How could I do that, Gail? I'm sorry. Okay, did I miss anyone? I hope I haven't. I tried looking over the audience to make sure I saw everyone here. So thank you all for coming, and all of the rest of you as well for being interested enough to attend this evening. Okay, our next item is going to be a recognition here of donations. Pinner Construction, while serving as an Anaheim Union High School District partner in the comprehensive modernization of Dale Junior High School, Pinner Construction has had an opportunity to support our community in many different ways. They are proud to award more than 15% of their contract value to disabled veteran business enterprises, and are honored to have had a workforce that consisted of more than 50% local resident participation. Now, as they complete services on the campus, they have an opportunity to continue to better the lives of the students using the modernized campus by partnering with the ASB to support them throughout this coming year. As they leave the campus, Pinner Construction is honored to know that they have made a difference in many ways, and as a business headquartered in Anaheim, they look forward to supporting the Lancers in the future. On the behalf of the Board of Trustees, we would like to thank Pinner Construction for their generous donation. I failed to mention what the donation was. They gave $10,000 to Dale ASB to continue through the year. That is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Take a chance someday and drop by and look at the campus. Great.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to say anything?
We are proud to be a part of the project, and we are proud to give the donation to help students get started in this time of rough times that we've had lately. And we hope you enjoy the campus.
Oh, it's beautiful. It is just gorgeous. Yeah. Our second item is item 7.2, and this is our Kindness Matters Awards. And we celebrate kindness as a valued quality and a priority of the Board of Trustees. And I would refer to Rita Ray, who will take over the announcement of the Kindness Matters Awards.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and guests. I am privileged to present the first recipients of the Kindness Matters Awards for the 2021-22 school year. The Kindness Matters Awards began in 2011 as a way to recognize and show appreciation to AUHSD staff, students, and community members. To be a recipient of this award, one must go above and beyond to demonstrate compassion, kindness, and care for others. The following people have done that: Our first recipient is Sharita Blackshear. Sharita is said to go above and beyond the call of duty. Sharita is a teacher at Walker Junior High School. According to her nominator, Sharita searches for ways to connect with students, such as finding guest speakers and introducing curriculum in exciting ways. She has volunteered to teach during the summer, on weekends, and online. She has also created cohorts to connect students in more meaningful ways. Thank you, Sharita. Okay, and please, as I read your name and read the information about you, please do come up. Our second recipient is Pastor Kyle Bonenberger. Pastor Bonenberger and staff at City Church gathered donations of student backpacks and other supplies and gave them to Anaheim High School. They also hosted a number of school events at the church, which couldn't be held at the high school. Lastly, Pastor Bonenberger and staff host food drives for the surrounding community. Thank you, Pastor Bonenberger and church staff. Our next recipient is Jose Alan Cruz Angeles. Alan is a youth outreach coordinator at the Dale McIntosh Center. He volunteers his time to work with visually impaired students. Alan, who is legally blind himself, provides assistive technology support for students in our district. His nominator says Alan serves as a wonderful role model by demonstrating all that a visually impaired person can do and achieve. He never fails to answer a call for help, and he sometimes volunteers as much as 15 hours per week to work with our students. And by the way, Alan is a graduate of Anaheim High School. Mark Fieldhouse is a teacher at Hope School. His nominator says Mark supports and treats the homeless community like people with a capital P, when others may ignore their requests for help. Mark donates his time to help with construction at a halfway house, and he's also involved with feeding the homeless on a monthly and sometimes weekly basis. Thank you, Mark. Our next recipient is Andrea Glapp. Andrea is a teacher at Loera High School. Her nominee says Andrea is a leader for the MTSS and PBIS programs at Loera. She consistently goes above and beyond and works after school to ensure the programs are running. In addition, Andrea donates money and gift cards for PBIS raffles for student recognition. Thank you, Andrea. PBIS stands for Positive Behavior Intervention Support. Similarly, our next recipient, Larry Greer, is also a teacher at Loera High School, and he too makes sure that students are rewarded for good behavior. Larry has donated hundreds of dollars to the school's PBIS program to fund raffles for students. Students are given prizes via the raffles for showing respect, integrity, scholarship, and excellence. Thank you, Larry. Our next recipient is a student. Eros Pineda is a 12th grade student at Anaheim High School. Colleen Hanley, Eros's 4th period teacher, says he is polite, considerate, and kind, and he always helps other students. One example of Eros's kindness and consideration followed a recent lockdown at the school, which of course can be frightening for students. Once the all clear was given, Eros went to Miss Hanley's classroom to make sure she was okay. We appreciate you, Eros. Gail Steinbrick and Jeanette Riel are the next recipients. Together, Gail and Jeanette are the adult transition job coaches at Gilbert High School. Their nominee says these two ladies are the reason the adult transition program at Gilbert is successful, and their compassion is the reason students want to attend the program. At all times, they are in tune with the students' needs and ensure they are working towards success. Thank you, Gail and Jeanette. That concludes our Kindness Matter Award recipients for the first semester of this school year. Thanks to the nominators for taking the time to recognize and show appreciation to a fellow staff member or community member. And a big thank you to all of you recipients. We want you to know that your thoughtfulness and kind acts are noticed and appreciated. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you.
Oh, stay there, so we'll take a picture with the board.
We're gonna go right behind you. And you're all the way back up.
Now, our next awards, under 7.3, are Perfect Attendance Awards. The Anaheim Union High School District values and appreciates perfect attendance of their employees. It's been one of the district's traditions to recognize and applaud on an annual basis the staff members who have had perfect attendance. Consequently, a Red Apple Award will be sent to each employee of the district with perfect attendance for the 2021 school year. A Gold Apple Award will also be sent to each employee who has had 3 consecutive years of perfect attendance. The Board of Trustees congratulates the staff listed on the exhibit who have earned this recognition, and we thank them for their dedicated service to the Anaheim Union High School students and community. And believe me, this is an accomplishment. I taught in this district for 38 years, and I got 1 gold apple. So I got a few red ones, but these people are to be really, congratulated, because it's tough sometimes to be there every day when things can get tough. So let's applaud all of them. We have like hundreds of them, so we just decided to send it to them. Now we'll move on to the student representatives report. Abdullah, our student representative to the board, will report on student activities throughout the district.
Thank you. All right, hi everyone. I'm just going to share some of the stuff that we're doing all across the district, mostly led by the students, and what we're trying to improve on. So just a few weeks ago, October 25th to 29th, district-wide, we celebrated Red Ribbon Week. A lot of these activities were held by ASBs and students that were just guiding activities to help be drug-free and spread that message. Similarly, we got to have a lot of Halloween dress-ups. It was really fun. A lot of ASBs got to hold different dress-up days, and yeah, it was really fun. Similarly, we had these things that we were introducing district-wide called summits, as I'm sure you all know, but some people may not know. Summits are where students all across the district, every single student at every single site gets to talk about what they want to see improved at their school site and how we can improve that. The great thing about it is that it's all student-led, so it's ran by student ambassadors from their school sites, and the feedback comes directly from the students. So as of right now, Loera High School, Oxford Academy, and Cambridge have held their summits, and the rest are preparing for their upcoming ones. Students are preparing for an event called Bags of Hope, where they partner with this company called Bags of Hope, and they create like a little bag for students in our community that are in need, and with like little toys and items that they can keep for the holidays. All the ambassadors had a great privilege to participate in the first ever District Artificial Intelligence Summit. We were invited for the whole day at the Anaheim Hilton, where we got to meet a lot of industry professionals, and it was put together by the amazing Mrs. Kwan. I think I saw her back there. It was really great. Round of applause for Ms. Kwan. And it was really great because we had 2 Kennedy students, Alyssa Stone and Adam Nam, where they shared their experiences at Kennedy and Walker Junior High School, and Eunice Kim and Alexis Alonso. Eunice is from Cypress and Alexis is from Anaheim High School, and they shared some soapbox speeches that they created about the future of artificial intelligence and how we can better prepare for that future. The ambassadors also got to partake in the band spectacular, so pretty busy week. And we got to see these amazing bands across the district perform. Anaheim High School in specific on Tuesday, November 9th, had more than 2,400 students vote to either keep their mascot name or change the imagery and different variations of that. And voting exactly 100 years after the students had voted on choosing the mascot to represent Anaheim High School. As a student representative, it always makes me happy to see students taking their own voice and taking their own action. So it was really great that we got to see that at Anaheim High School. Similarly, students across the district got to share their career preparedness systems framework, which you might have seen in a video that we shared last board meeting, which basically just entails how we're preparing the students for our future and ever-changing world. Loera is holding a Once a Saxon, Always a Saxon really cool event where an alumni from the class of 65, Palma Manzer, the first graduating class from Loera, so that's pretty cool. And finally, the Mindfulness Committee at our district had its first meeting. What's great about this Mindfulness Committee is it's all run by students, the ambassadors like myself. So we had our first meeting where we're gonna try to create new initiatives to help students with mindfulness and have mindful thinking. And it's all run by students, it's all run by us, and we were trying to create stuff that we want to see for our own students. And finally, before I finish, there's a lot of sports stuff because, you know, it's November, so a lot of sports. It's all good stuff. We got Loera, the girls' tennis team, got to the 3rd round of CIF. Their football team is fighting in CIF right now as well, so they're in the semifinals. Anaheim High School varsity football made it to CIF round 3 after not qualifying for CIF since 2006, so pretty good. Yeah, pretty good upgrade. Coach Davidson from Western is currently in the race for the LA Chargers Coach of the Year, which will grant $1,000 towards the winners of the school athletic program. And Western's football season came to an end on Friday as Western lost to Cypress, but it's in the district, so it's okay. It wasn't too bad. We'll root for Cypress now. And Oxford's girls tennis team ended in 3rd in their league for CIF playoffs. Oxford girls volleyball ended 2nd in their league. Catella football recently got out during their 2nd round against St. Anthony. Cypress football team became the Empire League champions for the 3rd time in a row. Cypress varsity boys cross country team made to Empire League champions as well. Sophomore Catherine Gerbing from Cypress is the girls golf Empire League individual champion. There's a few more, Magnolia advanced to CIF round 2 versus Cerritos High School, but unfortunately lost recently. Diana Vo, singles #1 player, was able to end her season undefeated during the preseason and season and during playoffs. She will be advancing to CIF individuals alongside 2 other players from Magnolia, and they also made it to CIF and won their Orange League as well. And finally, one more thing before I finish, I want to share 2 quotes from some students at Loera High School. The first one is, it's been an experience getting used to being around other people again and getting used to hanging around friends and spending time at lunch and socializing. It's been hard to get used to and definitely a struggle, but also an educational experience figuring out who I am now as a person and how I've grown from sophomore year now being a senior. Overall, I am enjoying going through my last year at Loera and can't wait to finish it off. And that's from Matthew Thompson, a senior. And another one comes from a junior. He says, as a junior back on campus, I feel like I'm back in the 9th grade. In a good way, of course. The feeling of being back at school with friends and teachers is amazing. Although I have different teachers now, the vibe that I get from school is the same and very fun. That's from Jenny Din, Jr. And that's it for my board report.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right. He gives us a very good glimpse of what's going on in our individual schools and some of the successes we've had, too, on the football field and in the basketball court and volleyball court and whatever. Okay. Next item, next report from an association. ASTA, are we ready, Grant?
Good evening, President Piercy, trustees, cabinet, and everyone else here and online. It was difficult to figure out what I was going to say this evening, but it's important to acknowledge our teachers, administrators, security guards, and other support staff who illustrated such compassion and caring yesterday. While acting so quickly and professionally, the Orangeview staff and district team have gone above and beyond to support our community and each other. It is a true reflection of the phenomenal district to which we all belong. It is also important for us in leadership at this time to not only make sure programs that support the mental health and well-being of our students and staff are ready and in place, but also that everyone has the knowledge of the programs we have and the understanding of how to access them. Our insurance plan, our district wellness program, and a variety of other district services have so much to offer. We need to intentionally make sure that everyone receives the services that they need. Let's make sure that happens. Everyone recognizes the need for self-care, but what it looks like individually can often escape us. And we need to make it intentional that we provide for everyone what they need. Finally, I want to say a few words about bargaining. We're pleased as an association with the common ground already found and progress being made in every area. We're hopeful that we can find a path to agreement quickly and finish another positive round of bargaining with the district. We had asked to wish everyone a happy and healthy Thanksgiving break. May we all hold our friends and family close while we enjoy a well-deserved week together. And special thoughts going out for a speedy recovery to fellow association president Jackie Brock of CSCA. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Grant. Is there anyone else from CSCA here this evening? Did anyone? I didn't see anybody. Okay. Do we have APGA? Would you like to come forward and give us a report?
Good evening. My name is Natalie Saldivar, and I am the APGA co-president. Good evening, Board President Piercy, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, District Cabinet, AUHSD students and families, guests, and those joining us online. Tonight, I am honored to introduce my wonderful colleague that will take the time to report on their school counseling program. We will begin this evening with Penny Haji speaking on behalf of Savannah High School's Counseling Department.
Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here before you this evening. Gosh, what are we doing at Savannah in the counseling department? Well, we like to call ourselves the Wellness Center. We package that as a way to explain to families in our community that we're not just a group of counselors. We're counselors, we're social workers, We're psychologists, right? We have a group of interns, and we all work together to service our students. So it's exciting to kind of package it that way and explain to families that way. This year we were able to accomplish some amazing things. We've opened a wellness center that our students have. It's been all student-driven and student-led. So our students designed it, planned it, decided what it will look like, what will be available to them, what services they want out of there, and they named it the Rebel Relaxation Room. So students are able to go there when they're feeling like they need a place to replenish and renew and just be for a moment. So we're excited about that. But I just want to tell you about one specific student. I mean, I could go on about many students, but I'll tell you about one. So let me start here. The Savannah Student Center, that's where the counselors are. It's not called the Counseling Center because our work is centered around the student and our students' needs. So it remains aptly named the Student Center, where students and parents can come to find the answers and the help they need. In 2019, we had a parent of a plurilingual newcomer student who was recommended to enroll in ELD courses. We will call this student M. M's mother discussed this placement with the counselor and learned that M was a high-achieving student with goals of going on to a four-year university and the desire to enroll in challenging and advanced coursework. The counselor guided M and her mom through the process of waiving this recommendation of taking ELD classes, and with the district's blessing, was enrolled in mainstream courses as a 9th grader. They were challenging, and M struggled, but her counselor continued to encourage and support her, and M powered through it all. M's counselor took time to learn more about them and discovered that M had friends in ELD classes who were struggling in their sheltered classes. And this was M's community. This was her friend group. And she noticed they were struggling. M's counselor worked to learn more about M's friends, and it was obvious that they were speaking mostly Spanish outside of the class and inside of class too. Since they all spoke Spanish, it was just easier for them and more familiar for them to find a way to connect and build their community. So they spoke mostly in Spanish. In speaking with the counselor, M quickly realized that her friend group needed more talk time in English. And it wasn't just M's friends. There were also many other students in the same situation. So M and her counselor interviewed students to learn about their interests in order to launch a speaking club, just for fun. In the speaking club, students have activities centered around soccer and fashion because that's what they were interested in talking about, and use the time to speak together in English for fun after school. M was also encouraged to try out for a sport by her counselor the following year, and she made it. M currently has a 4.0 GPA. She's not only excelling academically, but she's also helping her friends and her community rise up. So M has a counselor who's working to put their needs and goals first. So M's needs and her goals first. To listen and to support students' ideas, and not just assume what students need, but to listen to what they want to accomplish and help them to accomplish that. Giving them a voice in helping themselves and others. That's what builds confidence in our students. That's what empowers our kids. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you very much. Next, do we have? Yeah, I know. Amanda Bean for Alta.
Hi, good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, community members in the audience, and joining us online. I just want to give a quick recap of all the great things our administrators have been supporting over the last month. First, the AI Summit, it was a really great gathering for our community for the purpose of preparing our students for the future of work powered by artificial intelligence. Our sites are really taking that information and thinking about what it means for them and their exclusive pathway and how do they advance that work across all of our sites. Many of our administrators attended this band spectacular to provide supervision and to ensure a safe and successful event. Our high school marching bands performed their field shows, and the junior high mass band performed. And I just have to say the talent of our students is truly outstanding and very impressive. Athletics, as our student representative has mentioned, has been very busy and exciting. Our administrators have been supervising and supporting all of our teams. Many of our high school athletic teams have made it to CIF, and want to give a special shout out to Anaheim, Loera, and Cypress, who will be competing in the semifinals this week. We're very thankful, our administrators are very thankful for a productive in-service that we held last Friday. Many of our schools use that time for department planning, e-cadence support, and wellness activities. And I really just want to take a second to echo what Grant said about the situation yesterday at Orangeview. The response and the support of all levels of our organization was tremendous. Personally, I spent the last 2 days at Orangeview supporting their team, and I was just so impressed with everyone's calmness and willingness to jump in to do whatever was needed. I personally, in this season of thanks and reflection, am grateful for our teams and the work that we get to do together, and it was really evident in this situation. With that, our sites are really continuing to focus on the students' academic and social emotional needs, especially as we're heading into the end of the semester and the holidays. And lastly, our teams are just really looking forward to the break and finishing our semester strong. And so thank you for the work that we get to do, and thank you for your support.
Okay, do we have a representative from the Anaheim PTA, secondary PTA? I don't see any. AFSCME, any representative? They have come in later, or the MMA, mid-managers, okay? I don't want to slight anyone, so I had to make sure they didn't come in after I read everybody's. Okay, thank you all for your reports. Now, let's see, we will move on to 8.4, or no, 9, our presentations. Okay, so we have 9.1, our Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. And I will refer to
Yes.
Ms.
So I'm excited to bring up Mr. Joe Carmona, our Director of Special Programs. He's going to be leading us through the presentation this evening.
Okay, Mr. Carmona.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and guests, both in person and virtually. My name is Joe Carmona, I'm Director of Special Programs. I'm joined by my colleagues, Dr. Scott Jensen and Brandon Teets, representing our certificated and classified human resources. So a little bit of background. So the California Budget Act of 2021 authorized funds to support educator effectiveness. These are part of the funds that came from the state to support our efforts as we returned to school in person and allowing us to really target areas to develop and build systems that would sustain us over the next few years, knowing that the pandemic was obviously very taxing on not only our students and families, but also our staff. And so these funds are targeting our staff. They're designed to support certificated and classified employees who work directly with students. So about 5 years ago, there was a similar block grant which only supported certificated employees. So it's important to note this additional support for those other staff who work directly with our students. These funds will be available to the district through the 2025-26 school year. And so part of our plan is that we will actually not start using these funds until the following school year. The reason for that is we want to make sure that we intentionally plan our implementation of these funds, and also taking into account the labor shortages that we are facing in many positions. We did not want to try to add additional either support positions or bring up our own staff until we know we can address those shortages, and we want to give ourselves ample time to do that. So we will actually begin implementing these funds in the following year. Our allocation for these funds is just over $6 million. There's 10 categories that were laid out by the state. The rest of our presentation will explain the target areas that we'll be looking at as part of the implementation over that time. Our plan includes several actions with no allocated dollars to it. And the reason that those are included in the plan is those actions are actually included in our LCAP already. We do a tremendous amount of work supporting our employees and helping them build their capacity and be effective in their jobs. And so they're included there to tie and show the interconnection between our district plan, the LCAP, which is an ongoing 3-year plan, and these funds, right? That they're really together and they're not two separate things. So with that, to talk about the first area of the plan, Dr. Jensen will come up and talk a little bit about that.
Hey, good evening. So one of the initiatives that we look to put in place with these funds is the creation of online modules for use while onboarding and training new employees. These modules will be intended for both classified as well as certificate employees, and will cover a variety of topics, some that will be shared here later tonight. As for the instructional design of the modules, they will be an interactive process requiring that the user engage in the learning. It will not only be just a purely sit and get type of a module, there will be some engagement with that as well. The interaction will include interactive triggers or buttons to enhance engagement, branch learning scenarios where staff can make real-time decisions based on their learning, the use of virtual reality to allow employees to experience the precise environments that they'll be working in, as well as provide knowledge and comprehension checks to ensure that information is being understood throughout the course of the training. We will also be using different forms of multimedia to appeal to multiple learning styles. These include the use of audio, of video, illustration, just to name a few. We will also be including accessibility features for employees who may need accommodations such as closed captioning, color contrast, zoom mode, font size, and more. The modules are designed using a competency-based learning model, which offers the user a self-paced learning experience in which staff will earn a certificate after successful completion of the course assessment. We do have the ability to house all of these modules in eCadence, which of course is our LMS, and we'll be able to monitor the learning of the users as well as course completion by using eCadence. And the great thing about this approach is that the learning modules will be built from hundreds of hours of already existing PD that we have that's created by our own staff. We will be just packaging and presenting it in a different way. So it's really training for us, to us, and in a unique way that we're not looking for vendors to come out and provide it for us. As well as the learning module piece, we'll also plan to create a coaching model and structure for support of our instructional assistants, where they will have access to seasoned mentor or a coach who can provide direction and professional support as needed. Okay?
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear it right that you said that this will be developed by our staff?
We already have the PD, yeah. So what we're doing is we're taking the hours, the hundreds and hundreds of hours of PD that we have, we're identifying the topics that we would like to go ahead and work with the onboarding with our staff, our new staff that are coming in. And then we're going to package this and create interactive online modules that'll be housed in the learning management system. So go ahead.
So that's created, that part, which I'm assuming whoever has that, right, we're
Right.
gonna have to package it and redesign it again.
So
That's
really.
done by us too, or is it
Yeah,
outside company?
That's a great question. So ultimately, what we'll be doing is more of a project management piece to it. So the district will go ahead and handle the project management, taking a look at the different departments and the professional development they've acquired. We'll be then transitioning it into a module-based learning, which really works similarly to a PowerPoint, just an interactive PowerPoint that will be provided with narration and engagement and scenarios and, like I said, different types of multimedia. So we'll be contracting with folks to build that out.
Okay,
but
so that's
really-
what I wanted to,
Yeah.
I wanted to get clear. Are we contracting it out or are we doing it internally? So
It's a combination of both. So it would be basically just to build the actual piece, to put all the bells and whistles and all those things together. But the project management of curating all the information and providing it to them and giving them actually working in conjunction with a designer to go ahead and piece that together will be providing the blueprint for them to do that. Mhm.
So the next part I want to talk about is support around effective instruction. So we actually have a tremendous amount of capacity within our district already. We have our 5C coaches, we have curriculum specialists, and these funds will provide us an opportunity to dig deeper into our teacher leaders. And so this part of the plan is really intended to roll out starting in 23-24, where we will identify some lead teachers across our content areas to help us further build our practices around capstones, AUHSD talks, civic engagement, where they can work with groups of teachers, not just providing the training, but then the ongoing coaching throughout the year, right? So when you decide to try something new, you might attend a professional development, you hear about it, you get excited, and then you go back to your classroom, you start to do it, and you're like, I'm not sure. How might I get this accomplished, right? How might I get there? And so this will allow us to really build those project-based learning units and those performance units and coach the teachers along the way so that they get that practice under their belt, they become proficient doing it themselves, and then that's forever for them, right? Now they can do that on an ongoing basis. So this will allow us to identify a select number of teachers across the content areas who can provide that ongoing support to really further many of the innovative instructional practices that are already happening across our schools. The next area is around social, emotional, and mental health, and we've actually talked quite a bit about that this evening already. So under the direction of Dr. Cruz, this past summer, her team developed training materials that were used by all of our sites before the school year began. And so we're going to use some of this to continue to update and refine that training on an annual basis so we can develop current, up-to-the-date modules and materials that will be provided to staff before the school year begins, right? So some of these is part of the training that she's already done, including crisis response, risk assessment, and so we'll continue developing those materials each summer so that our staff have them ready to go before the school year begins. Another area within this plan is positive school culture. So here again, there are many positive things that we've done to support our sites, including capturing kids' hearts. As you are aware, we had planned to fully implement that at final schools this year, and that plan is currently on hold due to the difficulty in attaining subs. And so we've built in 2 years down the road to be able to support that for those sites that have not yet been trained, so they have those skills available to them. Additionally, at our junior highs, we have worked with Orange County Human Relations to provide restorative justice practitioners. We have that at 6 of our junior highs currently. And so we want to use part of these funds to really take those practices across all of our junior highs, and not to have it just live with those restorative justice staff, but really with all of our classroom staff, right? And so to go deeper with that work and to make sure, again, similar to when I talked about the effective instruction, that they're comfortable in implementing those practices in the classroom, and we don't have to rely on an outside person, right, to facilitate those kinds of activities. So again, building off some of the great work that we're doing already, but really having it go deeper and become more systemic, particularly within the junior high locations. And the next area around inclusive practices, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a while. It's good to see you. So in a time of so many new challenges for staff, as we've had in the last 2 years, really, it's so nice to finally have some good news like this come in, where we have real funding for specialized training that we can put to so many good uses. And there's just really a great potential to benefit both staff and students. Particularly from my side, I'm representing HR Classified here. I'm especially grateful that this funding is finally available to the classified staff who are working with students, and that as most of our staff and our biggest job families. So it's going to have a big impact on our side. I've talked for years with the SYS leadership and more recently with Dr. Jensen and HR on specific ideas for creating truly effective and engaging training for classified staff, and particularly the instructional assistants who make up our largest job family and work most directly with the students. This funding will help to bring our training aspirations into reality. So from the IA end, from instructional assistant end, they work closely with teachers to support the students in areas such as academic instruction, behavior support, adult transitioning, medical support, language support, and other specialized areas. This new funding will help to deepen this special collaboration between the teachers, instructional assistants, and students to provide a richer instructional experience for everyone. We anticipate that the training modules will cover topics such as IEP development and implementation, updated instructional techniques and technology, behavior plan management, de-escalation strategies, bilingual training, and really generally mentoring IAs for enhanced collaboration with their teachers, and really just strengthening and growing that partnership and creating a synergistic kind of cycle where they both kind of enhance each other's roles in the classroom. So basically, we're just super excited for this opportunity and really for the time that we've been given to make sure that we get it right. So I just want to thank Mr. Carmona and the state and everyone for not forgetting the classified side and for letting us really dive in and seeing what we can do with this. Thank you.
All right, I think I just got a promotion without knowing about it. I got thanked by this. Obviously, one of the areas that these funds must address are our English learners. And again, I want to emphasize the critical work that Dr. Bryant, Diana Fujimoto, and many of our leaders across the district are already engaged in supporting our English learners. But additionally, this will provide funding for some additional support staff to build this work out further, right? So when we talk about English learners, we use that as one term, but we really know there are many different typologies of English learners, right? There are those students who are new to the country, right? They operate in a very unique space. We have English learners who were born in the United States, have been English learners all of their educational career. They have unique needs. So this will allow us to bring on additional staff where we can really differentiate and target those needs more directly. Not to mention our dual language programs and our world languages. We have a robust world languages program. I would argue one of the best in the county, if not in Southern California. We offer multiple languages, very highly effective and qualified staff, and we continue to build our dual language programs. And so as we grow those programs, as the feeder elementaries, bring new students to our doors, it's important that those staff are trained in the strategies that really address dual language, because they're not English language learners and they're not world language learners, right? They again, operate in a very unique space. So this will allow us to bring on some staff who have the expertise to further develop the capacity of our teachers to address those needs. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Are there any additional questions that we can answer?
Any questions?
I guess I'll
Anne Marie.
start. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. You actually answered all of my questions, except just one maybe comment question. But I really appreciated that you talked about our process with even developing. We didn't really have to reinvent the wheel. We've already established all of the needs in our district, and we had, we had our parents, our staff, our teachers, our students, involved in this process of where we needed to put these funds and place these funds. So I'm really excited to hear all the great ideas, and I really appreciate the instructional staff piece. As an instructional assistant, I wear that hat in the other district, and so I think my request or my concern is when you go through like a module, and I really am excited to hear about all the enhancements that you're providing. When you go through a module and you get your certificate, you feel like you've completed it, and then you go a couple months down the road and you kind of like, okay, what was that again? Is there an availability for someone to kind of go back and, okay, I'm seeing nodded heads. Yeah, because that's really a concern of mine, because usually sometimes I'm hopeful that because we're making this program, that there will be an availability for our staff to go back and review.
And those two, that piece is really meant to be the first layer, and then that mentoring and coaching is the second layer, right? So we want to build people's knowledge base, especially when they're new employees, many of whom may have not worked with secondary age students before, right? So that builds that knowledge, and then the mentoring and the coaching allows them to get that support while they're in the classroom, right? While they're encountering things for the first time. And so they're really meant to build on one another. Because you're right? To just get the training and then no support while you're in the job, right, can be very difficult sometimes. So that's really the intention in the plan, right, is that there's that initial layer, and then there's that coaching and mentoring that comes along as well, provided by some of our own veteran staff, right, who've been very successful in their roles.
Thank you so much. That assuages all my concerns. Thank you.
My turn? Okay.
Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you. You answered my questions that were on my mind, but a couple more is, it's for design, as it says here in the third, where's the number one coaching, it says new staff. What about the younger staff that haven't had the opportunities to go through this new program? Will they be able to go through it just for their own knowledge, or is this only designed and allowed to have for new staff?
I think our intention is it's meant for onboarding new staff, but that it's really open to all staff, right? And part of it also is in the example that Brandon was really instrumental in bringing up, is that within our instructional assistants, there are actually different levels, right? And this kind of training and support would allow someone to prepare themselves to move into a higher level, right? So you start out as an instructional assistant in a regular classroom, then maybe you want to move into a behavior role, right? And so this training will allow you to build some of those skills to move on to some roles further up in the organization, right? So that would include our existing staff, right, who maybe hadn't thought about taking on a different role, and this will give them some expertise and knowledge building to potentially do that.
Okay. And what period of time are these, the training for the new staff, the modules?
So our goal is to have them developed next year, and then to begin implementing them sometime. I think we have a window. We think we can get it done within about the first half of the year, and so then we can start using them in the back half of next year and then ongoing.
And then how long does a module take, or a person take, to go through a module? Is it weeks or months or years? Or?
It would vary. It'd vary in basically the subject matter and what we're looking at. But for the most part, for each individual modules, anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes, and then there might be multiple modules, because the idea is that you're not going to be on for an extended length of time, that you would be able to get these in bite-sized chunks, that you'd be able to do it in an expedient manner, and then you can really design your learning and go at it at your pace. But there would be multiple modules, but not longer than probably that duration.
Okay. I hope when you get these modules put together, you can come back and give us another presentation on what the modules are like.
Yeah, and I think what would be really exciting is to actually have someone who goes through them as an employee come and talk about their experience, right? So as an example, our bus drivers interact with students quite a bit, right? And so we want to make sure they're well trained, right? They have a very unique group of students. They're in a confined space, right? They have a unique work environment. So we want to provide training that's going to meet them, instructional assistants, campus aides, our classroom staff. So we really want to make sure that none of our folks are left behind in these opportunities.
Thank you.
Mr. Jabbar?
Yep. I had a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I think you had, you asked some of the questions that I had.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll take them back.
That's all right.
Okay.
That's why we got good minds. All right. So I'll start out with the budget. I don't know if it's a you question or Nancy question. So it's $6 million, right? As a board member, I'm looking at it and saying, okay, if you're going to use some of them to develop with existing, what do you call it, material that we have, and I'm also looking at the timeline, so it's about 4 years we're expending these. What are we using the money for? One is to hire that consultant to put it together with the bells and whistles. That's number one, right? What else? Can you give me some examples of other expenditures?
Sure. Yeah, there will be some additional staff, right? So when I talked about identifying those teacher leads, so the idea is that we would identify them on a year-by-year basis, right? And so we would identify a veteran teacher who can build out some of these practices. That's really planned for 2 years out. So we can continue to maintain some of our staff, right? As our one-time monies are used and they expire, this will allow us to extend the life of some of those staff by calling upon the expertise of our veteran staff to do some of this work. So there will be staffing costs associated, primarily within teaching, but not just within teaching. We anticipate we will identify, again, those instructional aid coaches. So that might be someone who won't serve in the classroom for a period of time, right? Because they'll be doing some coaching. And some staff around the supporting of our English learners, like I mentioned. So there are some staffing costs associated, as well as development of training materials and the building of the online modules.
Okay, I'm sure other board members will love it too, but I'd like to see a breakdown, maybe on a Friday letter, address that $6 million breakdown, right? The other question that I had was, in terms of our social workers, I know that I spoke to some of our social workers on Monday, not some of them, all of our social workers on Monday. One of the things that they requested is, having time to be able to spend time with our teachers so that they could incorporate some of their skill sets or some of their ways to identify trauma in classroom with their, with the classroom teachers, so that it's easier for them to identify these measures, right? So one of the things that we had was challenges looking at budget-wise. Can this be utilized to expand what we are looking to do with social-emotional project on that particular aspect? I know we're creating modules, but I also want to see how we can incorporate the social workers, maybe bring them into the discussion to have more of a robust, how we can do it better. That might be, I'm not the expert, so maybe we can bring them to the
Right, yeah,
table.
no, that's a great question, and actually, Dr. Cruz, within our Ed Division leaders, we've actually started talking about this quite a bit, right? That we have some of the training and the capacity, but, you know, where do we find the time, right, to really bring that to all of our staff? And, you know, our approach is really to identify unique groups, right? So our school psychologists, our counselors, their calendars look different than the teacher calendar, right? So finding the right time to bring them in and provide some of those training.
I'd like to chime in on
Yeah,
that.
and then using the systems we have in the district, right? We have PD systems in place to support our teachers also, and being strategic about how we land those. So,
I would like
thank
to
you, Mr. Matsuda.
chime in, if I may. I was at that meeting with Mr. Jabbar, and I think that Mr. Jabbar, we can integrate with the social workers, but I want to underscore the importance of the curriculum specialist, because if the training is meant to be in the classroom, right, we need to make sure that the curriculum specialists are included in all of this, right? So that does increase their load as well. So yes, the short answer is yes, Mr. Jabbar, we'll make that happen.
That was a short answer, long answer, but that's all right, it's all good. Got the both end of it, all right. The other question I had was, I just underlined it, maybe you tapped on this before. I know the allowable activities are broken into 10 categories, but we are focusing on 7. What are the other 3?
One of them is for like pre-K, TK, so obviously not applicable to us. One of them is ethnic studies, actually. And so there's an additional $50 million out by the state that will support ethnic studies. So our intention is to use those additional state funds that are coming down to target that area. The last area that we did not call anything out specifically is kind of the category that I would say the state calls learning loss. That doesn't really mesh with our philosophy around our students, right? We don't actually believe they lost anything. Our students bring a number of assets to our classrooms, and so we're building the capacity of our staff in those other areas, and so we did not identify activities that fall under that, you know, we need to accelerate their learning because they lost something.
So we do have the luxury of saying, okay, you got 10, but I could focus on 7 or 5 or 3 or 2, right?
Yes, yes.
And then, so I wanted to underscore that ethnic studies piece, because that's what I was getting at is, so the reason that we're not actually focusing on that is because we have a different strategy of going after the 50 million, which is out there, to bring that down.
Correct. So those additional funds will also be allocated to districts. The state hasn't worked that math out yet of how they're going to do that, but that money will also be coming to support the work that, you know, my colleague Carlos Hernandez and many teacher leaders around the district are already engaged in.
All right. I think I had one more question, but I'll go ahead and continue. And then.
Just a comment. It sounds like the financing of this is so integral, and I'm assuming that Dr. Nian's department is going to be compensating for all these different levels of folks that are functioning into this program.
Well, definitely. We'll be working with Joe Carmona's office on all these categories. I mean, this year has been just a lot of different categorical dollars, all the extra dollars, how they're broken down. We've added at least right now 14 new resource codes within our budget just for this fiscal year.
So it's a great question, Trustee Smith, but I think it's, you know, obviously, this money is going to go quickly. It's $6 million. And also, in answering the question, Mr. Jabbar, you earlier had, part of it is incentive monies as well, incentive monies. So I think the challenge is that how we layer and integrate these dollars in ways that are not duplicated or wasted. So that's our challenge.
It's going to be a big one.
Yeah, and I feel confident that our team can do that.
All right, so.
I have one simple question. Okay, now, I'm looking at this. Did I not get a page, but I only see 6 items cited here?
7.
Well, there's the 7. No, that is number 7. But I don't see 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, yeah,
Number 3.
3 is not on here.
The
So
last
6.
area is professional networks. So when we talk about our coaching, our mentoring, and all of that work, that's embedded in our professional networks. So we actually have a number of professional networks, right? We call them our PLCs. And so we're really going to be building that out for our classified staff. And then also, we have, you heard Amanda talk about our AI Summit, right? So that's an emerging field in our district. We have some folks working there, and we want to target areas like that and MAC to build a network around those projects going forward as well. So, right, we have meetings, we have people coming together, but it's not really a network yet, right? So we want to be able to strengthen and build that up. And again, that's actually embedded in our LCAP to do that work, right? Because that's tied to much of the professional learning that we believe is valuable, right? Those reflective practices, that collaborative practice, that's really important for us.
Well, I think this is a great idea. I really think that getting those things put together into a presentation online that someone can refer to, especially new employees, because they get so much thrown at them. It's like this year when we had so many new teachers. We had a full day or 2 or 3 days, but that's a lot to absorb if you've never taught before or you're from an entirely different district. But most of those, I think, that were there, a good number of the 125 new teachers were new teachers. And so this is great because you can hear it and you can listen to it, but you get just so much that stays, and then you need to go back, and this way they'll be able to do that. This is money well spent, I believe. Whether it's a teacher or an instructional aide, or whatever. So now you had one other question. Did you find number 3?
No, that's a good one. I think I know you guys will flesh out how it's going to lay out and how you will have employees do this training. Going back to Mr. O'Neill, I think I like to see the presentation as well once you guys flesh it out in terms of how you plan on doing it. Because for me, I'm still trying to figure out, you're building all these modules. What is the criteria? Where are you going to insert it? How are employees, are we doing new employees, old employees, employees who need improvement? How are we planning all this, right? So I think once you flesh it out, I'd like to see a presentation or at least a Friday update, which allows me to understand it a little bit more better too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item and our next presentation is on family and community engagement.
Yes,
Dr.
and it
Freed.
gives me great pleasure to introduce our Director of Learning Development, Mr. Carlos Hernandez. He will also introduce our colleagues and teammates who will be a part of this presentation. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Dr. Reed, and good evening, Madam President, Board, Superintendent Matsuda, and Cabinet members. It is my honor to be up here representing family community engagement and sharing in the successes. If we can just start from the beginning of the slides, I think there we go, we'll get there. So I'm going to introduce who's going to come up here, that way we can save a little bit on time. Kenny Perez is going to be up here, and Kenny Perez is going to be up here, Interim Coordinator of Family Community Engagement. Araceli Huerta, Tanya Garcia, both are community school coordinators representing Sycamore and Anaheim High School. We're also going to have with us our ASTA steering committee, our ASTA grant members, and that is Grant Schuster, Lisa Eck, our Anaheim Education CTA staff, and Jessie Alvarez, who wears a lot of hats, and this hat she's going to wear is the Community Schools Steering Committee, which we'll talk about, a parent lead for us. All right, I'm going to appreciate if we can hold the questions. There's a few different pieces that we'll get through, and then we're happy to answer all of the questions. First, let's start off with sharing and celebrating our 2021 Virtual College and Career Fair. We had an amazing turnout, and it is because of the work that our community members, our staff, our teachers, our counselors that did a ton of leading, our teacher leads, our administrators, our different stakeholders at the school sites. Last year we came here with sharing that we had 4,000 students engaged. Amazing, right? We more than tripled that. We had 176 college, career partners, community partners. We had 75 live booths. We had college workshops, live workshops that were sessions to support our students, right? So we had a lot of amazing work. Karina Bradford, Charles Koo, shout out to them. They were part of the lead to get this, done and executed. You have numbers in front of you, and I won't go through the numbers, simply that our district was well represented across the board, all schools, engaging, registering kids. 22,000 students registered, plus 2,000 community members and other students outside of the district. We had over 24,000 registered, right? And so again, huge shout out to everyone that participated to get us to this point. In the classroom, registering kids, getting them excited. There's a process to see the value. It's not just one day. It is connected to their pathway. It is connected to their the work that they start, with counselors, and then they continue in the classroom, seeing the excitement of where their interests lead in terms of career and post-secondary. Our numbers again show high the day of the engagement of our high schools, and those are the high schools there. Again, huge shout out to Magnolia High School, who had a huge percentage of their high school students engaged. And again, another huge shout out for all of the junior high students that had another 6,000 students. Again, a ton of engagement on the day of. During the day, our teacher said, this is that important that we're going to connect it to what we're doing in the classroom. We're going to the instruction is about college and career fair. So they went on and they did this in front of the computer, in the classroom, and then continued as students and parents outside of the classroom and in the afternoon into the evening. So again, I'm very excited to talk about next year as well. We're already planning that. October 6th, 2022, Anaheim Convention Center, right? In person, there's going to be components of in person, because that's what, we're hearing from our staff, like, gosh, this is great, our parents, this is great, but I really want to talk to them in person. You got it. So we'll continue with a hybrid version of that, virtual, some components throughout the year, but we also want to make sure that we're in person at the convention center, right? And so I just wanted to start with that. The family community engagement, these are the things that we can do together when we see our vision come to fruition through our college and career fair execution. All right, so if you can't tell, we get excited about these kinds of events and activities. So to start with our why, our why, when we talk about family and community engagement, when we talk about what we do in our district, right, it's to create a better world through Unlimited You. And that is the work that we do together, depending on what perspective we're working towards. In this case, we talk about family and community engagement. So we took that vision that we have as a district, and we looked at it through the lens of family and community engagement. And you have our vision statement there. It connects to that Unlimited You, right? And so together we build the capacity of our community in a welcoming, culturally responsive environment that champions trust, cultivates empathy, and empowers family and community engagement for unlimited success of our students. So at the end of the day, as we're supporting our families and our students and our stakeholders to come together in this work that we're going to talk about, it ultimately comes back to the success of our students, right? And so I'm going to bring up Kenny. He's going to share, we just talked about our why, and so what does it look like here in Anaheim Union through the lens of family and community engagement? Kenny?
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees and AUHSD families here in person and online. It is an absolute honor to be present here today as a graduate of Cotella High School and former student of South Junior High School. To be serving my community as interim coordinator of family community engagement is an honor. So thank you. Thank you. So I would like to briefly share our family and community engagement systems and structures and the amazing work that our family and community engagement staff is performing across our district. As you can tell, none of this work would be possible without support of you, our board members, our leadership team, our Superintendent Matsuda, and the rest of our leadership team, including but not limited to Assistant Superintendent Dr. Freed, Chief Academic Officer, Mr. Colon, and of course, our Director of Learning and Development, Mr. Hernandez. We are proud to have a robust family and community engagement team here at AUHSD, and it has grown exponentially in the past few years to meet the demands and needs of our diverse community. Our team consists of 3 components: our family and community engagement specialist, our community schools coordinators, and our school community liaisons. And these various positions work together to build the capacity and empower our community. Each position has a unique strategy and purpose to ensure that we're maximizing our resources and supporting our families, meeting their needs, and using their assets to continue to build our community up. Our family and community engagement specialists develop workshops that are relevant to our families' needs across the district. They create content and identify community resources. They are open two-way channels of communication with our families. They support families during home visits in partnership with our school social workers, and they also manage our family resource centers at our various sites. Our community schools coordinators. Needs drive our services, and that is a very important component of what our community school coordinators do. They work on ongoing surveys to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our families, that we're meeting with our focus groups, that we have forums and our needs assessments. They manage and schedule events and services. They coordinate new partnerships and bring in new partners to our AUHSD family. They refer students and families and make sure that they're staying connected. And, of course, they manage what we're very proud of, our new community school resource centers. Now, our community liaisons, we're here to ensure the success of our students and ensure that they're succeeding academically. So with our COVID funds, we were able to bring and add school community liaisons to our team that are now connecting with our families that throughout the pandemic were not able to engage with us the way we would like for them to be engaged with us. They follow up with parents in regards to services. They provide training and support to our families with our technology platforms, such as our Aries Parent Portal, such as our Parent Square communication system. And these are individual workshops that they host, that they have with our parents. So these teams together have different parent programs that were created to meet the needs of our families. We have parent and learning walks, and as you can tell on this slide, this is a timeline of how our family and community engagement efforts have expanded and have shifted to meet the needs of our families. We have our Parent Leadership Academy that in the pandemic shifted as a virtual Parent Leadership Academy to make sure that our parents were still staying engaged. We have a Parent Leadership Academy 2.0, which was developed in 2017, where we talked about cultural identity, growth mindset. We also have, in 2021, Ready, Set, Go, a parent program that was created so that our parents were equipped with the tools to succeed from day one. And moving forward, as we move to the future and we look to the future, we will continue to use our Parent Leadership Academy. We will continue to use our parent learning walks, continue to use Ready, Set, Go, and we will add Grow, which are standalone workshops that are focused to meet the needs of various campuses, such as financial aid, A through G, and various other topics that our families would like to know more about. Now, we want to continue to be innovative, and not only innovative in the way that we create our workshops and our systems, but we want to be innovative in the way we track our data so that we can ensure that we are building on the assets of our family and that we're meeting their current needs. Right now, we're using family engagement tracking tool, which is a very traditional way of tracking family engagement through the use of sign-in sheets. But looking forward, we are going to use the organization management system, which is known as OMS, for our large-scale events, and a family key, which is unique to AUHSD, in that it is linked directly to our student information system. So our families are going to be able to type in an identifying number, whether that be a telephone number or an ID specific to them, and we'll be able to track engagement across our district. This will help us stay innovative and ahead of the curve when in regards to family and community engagement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kenny. We're going to shift to really talk about the community schools approach. And as we do this, I just want to highlight our partnerships. And this is only one slide. I could add 20 more of our partners that trust the work that we do here. Our families have a relationship with our partners, and you could see who's listed here. And there really are 4 main buckets, which will help us understand how the community schools approach really is our next phase as we transition to Araceli and Tanya. We talk about our partners in terms of education. Our students, as our primary, customer and client, we support in the classroom, but also outside the classroom. We're doing so many things inside the classroom with our teachers, and I know Grant is going to share, and also outside of the classroom with our partners, and after school, could be weekends, could be embedded in classroom instruction as well. Mental health. I know we've talked about mental health so much, and we continue partnering with our organizations, also around physical health, family, and home. And so these 4 buckets, you see examples of these partners, are where we're going to talk about our community schools approach through this lens. I'm going to bring up Araceli to kick us off with our community schools. What's next for family and community engagement here in Anaheim Union?
Good evening, everybody, members of the board, Mr. Matsuda, district leadership, colleagues, families, and students. I see some Sycamore parents in the audience, so thank you, as well as Principal Romero back there from Sycamore Junior High School. So thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about community schools. So I'd like to begin this portion of the presentation just to quickly define what community schools are and also to say what they're not. So community schools are a strategy, not a program. So a strategy for organizing the resources of the school and the community around student success. So simply put, a community school intentionally creates the conditions that children need to thrive in their environments. Here is our very own definition of community schools in our district: a safe place at the heart of a community where students, staff, and families are connected and work together to expand opportunities and address the needs of the whole child so that all students can thrive and realize their unlimited potential. So again, looking at this through an asset-based mindset and working on the values and the assets that we have as individual communities in AUHSD. And to go a little bit deeper into the fundamentals of community schools, I'm going to introduce my better professional half, Tanya Garcia. Thank you, Araceli. So community schools are really based on a set of guiding principles, which are our 4 pillars of community schools. So first, we have integrated support services. These are our programs, services, and support systems that are available directly on our campus in order to really help our families overcome barriers to our student success. So really what we're doing is we're creating access right on our campus. These services are really tailored to meet the specific needs of our community. So while Araceli and I might be feeder schools, we might serve a lot of the same families, our needs are still going to be very different. And so these services can really include anything from physical and mental health care to resources that support family and home. Our current services do include Community Health Initiative of Orange County. We actually brought them into Anaheim today. They were there to help our families enroll in different social services programs like Medi-Cal, CalFresh, CalWorks. And again, this is in order for them to create access. They trust our schools, and so they can come right on campus and receive those services and supports. Then we have expanded and enriched learning time and opportunities. So our partners really collaborate with our community in order to bring supplemental academic instruction, different enrichment opportunities, maybe one-on-one mentoring and tutoring support, and just different learning activities that go beyond the normal school day. So we see this with our partners at Anaheim Achieves, where they have a pretty robust after-school program. I've worked in many after-school programs, nothing like Anaheim Achieves. Not only do they provide tutoring opportunities, but they also provide opportunities for our students to really explore their interests within their different clubs that they have. I've seen a gaming club, I've seen like a dance club. So again, it's just a really good way for our students to explore what it is that they're interested in. Then we have active and family and community engagement. These are our systems, our structures that have been established in order to really prioritize family and community engagement. These systems are really essential in helping to build the capacity of our parents and of our families. And this couldn't be done without, the integral role that our faces play in bringing these support programs for our parents. As Kenny mentioned, we have our parent learning walks, our parent leadership academy, and so our faces really play an integral role in making sure that that we're building that capacity. And then next we have collaborative leadership and practices. So community schools really view all of our stakeholders as key partners in the success of our students. So everybody's at the table, everybody participates in shared goal setting, and decision making. So we're going to see this with our community schools advisory boards that we're establishing at each of our community school sites. So these advisory boards will include our parents, our students, making sure that we have that student voice piece in there, teachers, our family and community engagement team members. And again, we're all coming together to make sure that we're really addressing and identifying what the needs of our particular school community will be. So just to give you an idea of the work that we've done so far, in the 2020-2021 school year, we kind of pivoted from being this traditional community school model, which is more site-based, to being more district-wide. And so with these efforts, our priority was COVID prevention. And so with that, we provided COVID-19 testing, and then once vaccines became available, we've pivoted towards vaccination efforts. So as you can see, we were able to establish testing clinics at various school sites throughout AUHSD. We had up to 3 sites a week that were able to provide testing opportunities. We went from about 18% positivity rates when we first started in July. I saw at its highest, at its peak, which was in November, December, I was seeing up to 22% positivity rates. And we ended up dropping to 0% positivity rates come May of 2021. Thank you. And then, of course, as I mentioned, we did pivot towards vaccine efforts once the vaccine became available. And so we were able to establish vaccine clinics, again, at various sites throughout AUHSD. And with our community partners at UCI Family Health Center, they actually were able to provide daily slots for us. They provided 25 slots Monday through Friday. We actually did a Saturday clinic with them as well, just for our AUHSD families. And it was just a lot easier for our families to be able to make those appointments where they can just call us directly, and we were scheduling them instead of going on something like My Turn, which was not very easy to navigate. So just being able to get on the phone with a face and making that appointment just made that effort be less of an effort for our families. We also really prioritize food security. A lot of our families saw job loss and a decrease in the hours that they were working. And so because of that, we definitely saw a need for food. So we partnered with various organizations throughout Orange County to be able to provide food distributions. At one point in the summer, we were having weekly food distributions. I believe from May to August, we had a food distribution a week, and sometimes servicing up to 1,000 families within these food distributions.
Part of our COVID response efforts, we're also providing care packages to our families. So Because of our structure and how close our faces and our face team are to our families and our staff, just in general, we were able to meet some other basic needs with these care packages. So we applied for a rapid response grant through the Anaheim Community Foundation, and we secured $50,000 to be able to purchase and assemble these care packages and get them out to our families as soon as possible. We had about 9 distributions throughout AUHSD, and we were able to serve over 10,000 individuals through these care packages. They consisted of PPE, toiletries, and important information that families needed to be able to safely navigate the pandemic. And a lot of the work that went into these care packages was supported through our partnering organizations. So that speaks to, yes, the structure of our FACE team, but also the relational capacity of our district and our staff.
So just going back to the collaborative efforts of our partners, we also secured a $20,000 grant from Kaiser Thriving Schools. With that money, we were able to implement a diversity day at Anaheim High School. It was actually one of the first big events that we had in the summer. It was one of the first events that students had as they were coming back to campus. We were able to invite different partners, and they implemented workshops just based on identity and embracing diversity and embracing inclusivity. It was actually called Embrace Anaheim. Our students named that themselves. We were able to expand our food distribution, so not only having the food distributions accessible to our AUHSD families, but also just the Anaheim community. So we were able to make marketing materials that we distributed out during our food distributions. We also gave some of those materials to our partners at the City of Anaheim, who then distributed out those cards as well to community members as they were coming in for their vaccine appointments. We also were able to provide restorative practice training for all of our FACE staff in order to really help them understand how to build community, and then in turn take that to their parents, where then those parents can then take that back to their own home. And then lastly, we were able to implement our community fridge program, which I know Araceli and I are both really proud of. So we both have, well, Araceli will soon have refrigerators at our school sites. And because of the work with our partners at Abound Food Care, at Saddleback Church, they provide food to us on a regular basis, whether that be shelf-stable food items, that are nicely packaged in a box that we can then distribute to our own families, or produce. We often get produce from them. So we have fresh vegetables, fruits, milk, and dairy that when students and families need, they come to our community resource center and are able to pick up food when they need it.
So as the pandemic endured, so did the needs of our families, and we saw that they were multiplying, and we applied again for a second grant through the Anaheim Community Foundation, this time with the help of the AUHSD Foundation. So thank you to Gary Humphreys and the members of the foundation for supporting us with our second ACF grant. Through this grant, we were able to help families again with basic needs that they were experiencing. So a few of the things that we were able to do are listed there. Meals for 1 week for 100 families. So we worked with the Northgate to get gift cards for our families in need. And again, we were able to distribute all of this through our family and community engagement specialists, as well as through our school community liaisons. So again, using that existing structure that we've grown over the years to quickly and effectively meet the needs that our families were experiencing. We were able to provide transportation assistance for 70 families. So this included bus passes through OCTA, as well as some assistance with ARCO gift cards. Clothing and basic necessities for 150 families. Warm weather gear, which included beanies, socks, and blankets, as well as heaters to approximately 500 families. Vans shoes for 100 students. 300 care packages, 300 backpacks, fully equipped with supplies. And we also contributed to 120 hygiene kits for our houseless folks in collaboration with Anaheim Autonomous, a grassroots organization that's been supporting community schools for the last year and a half. Again, we were able to rely and work with our partners, other partners at OCAPICA this time, to support our families with financial assistance. This included groceries, rental and mortgage payments, and utilities bills. So OCAPICA, we connected our families with OCAPICA, and they were able to support Anaheim families with a total of $50,000 in monetary assistance.
And that also includes Latino Health Access, who also provided funding for our undocumented families. So we were able to provide $5,000 in rental assistance to 10 of our AUHSD families. So what's next at Anaheim? We do have ongoing services. As I mentioned earlier, we've already brought in our partners from OCAPICA to facilitate workshops on mental health. We had our Mental Health Mondays, where we had a series of workshops where we gave parents tools on how to navigate social media and all of the crazy TikTok trends that are going on, and really for them to be able to have conversations with their kids in regards to social media. And as I mentioned, our partnership with CHIOC, this has definitely become something that we are doing now on a monthly basis because clearly the need is there. We had 6 parents come in yesterday. 3 of them were able to sign up, and 3 of them just had basic questions about the application and what it was that they needed. So our Community Schools Resource Center is now open. We have a specific classroom at Anaheim High School where we are providing these services for our families. And then I know for both Araceli and I, our community schools advisory boards will be established next month. We're gonna start meeting with our key stakeholders. And then hopefully with our community schools advisory board, we're able to provide our needs assessment to our school communities in the spring.
And at Sycamore, we look forward to continuing our partnership with North Orange Continuing Education. Currently, we're one of 2 sites offering in-person adult ESL classes Monday through Thursday evenings. Once we get our center open, they'll be able to move into the Community School Resource Center. We're also looking forward to bringing high school graduation and GED equivalency programs for our parents. So that's a big goal of ours. That's something that the community is really hopeful and excited for. So we hope to continue that relationship with NOCE to bring that on site at Sycamore. We have a really good relationship with Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County. We were one of the first schools many years ago to implement monthly food distributions through a farmers market style approach. So we are continuing with that, and we are also going to ask them to support with our community fridge program. And the big news is that hopefully very soon we will have our Community Schools Resource Center opened. So we've moved 2 portables to the east side of campus, and they've been refurbished and retrofitted, and this is where we'll be offering our services from. That's where I'll be working out of. They look beautiful. I don't know how they were the same portables that were on the west side of campus once upon a time, but we're very excited to get those up and running. We have a few delays right now with construction, but once those are ready to go, you'll all be invited to the ribbon cutting ceremony, so we look forward to that.
All right, I'm going to invite our ASTA team up. Part of this conversation, this is our last piece, and that is, as Araceli mentioned, this is a couple of pictures, just a little bit of preview as to what's to come. Really, the vision is across the district. That is the goal, to have these community resource centers available to our families, to our neighborhood, and it's adjacent to the parking lot, so they don't have to come in to the school. It's right there available to them. And again, ribbon cutting is coming soon as they can release the building and we can get situated in there. Very exciting. To understand more that this is just the work that they've been doing, the efforts that they've put together to find these grants, to research, to find our partners, to have our different partners in the audience be a part of this is exciting. There's more to come. Our AB 130 from the state of California is coming our way. We are very excited. As soon as we get additional information, I know Grant has just shared with me a little more. He's on the inside on hearing what is available. $2.83 billion to our schools, to our communities, to be able to execute our community schools approach here in our district. And we're eligible, and as we say, we're excited to share that. And it is aligned with the work that we've been doing, and it is aligned with the work that you're going to hear from this particular grant from our team here.
Carlos, just wanted to communicate that appropriately.
Yeah,
$8 billion, not to Anaheim Union, but all over the state.
To the state, yes, to the state, yes. Yes, thank you for the clarification. We're excited, and that's correct. We got to share it with other school districts. Thank you.
1,100.
Yeah.
I will say, Mr. Jabbar, we do have the goal of $500,000 per site that we can apply for this grant, and we are already far ahead of many other districts with what we have in place and what we're going to be able to put in our grant proposals, and we're very excited to do that. So very quickly, I'm Grant Schuster, the president of the Anaheim Secondary Teachers Association, and Lisa Eck is our CTA staff. Jesse Alvarez is a parent on our Community School Steering Committee, and also Rosa Najera in the audience is with OCO, and Maritza Bermudez is also one of our parents on the steering committee. We're very excited. Excited that the district was interested in this sort of partnership that puts the union up in a presentation directly to the board in conjunction with the district. Go ahead. Oh, you have it. No, other way. There we go. So ASTA is coming at this through an NEA grant on community schools. I wrote this last year when I saw that NEA was funding organizing grants around the ideas of community schools. You'll see that there are 6 pillars of the NEA community school model, but those pillars are complementary to the 4 pillars that AUHSD has in their community school model. There's nothing that is different about any of them that cannot be easily integrated with the other. And I think it's important to recognize that historically, in the short history of community schools, there's been a real primary focus on the pillar of community support services. And we're looking to build something that is much more than that, and that can integrate with all of the great work that has already been done with the district at Anaheim and Sycamore. And so our focus is to bring together parents, students, teachers, community groups, as well as the district staff together to give input and be able to be part of the decision-making process in all of these areas. A lot of times with programs you talk about buy-in, and to us that's you're trying to sell someone something. We want active participation, we want active engagement in these programs to build schools within the community that these are going to last. The program is going to last far beyond us and provide, you know, the social bedrock of the neighborhood school as the center of a community to grow and support everyone that lives there. Next one. So our role is kind of as a facilitator of what we're trying to put together to lead community conversations and gain the community commitment. We already have 3 community partners that I'll speak about in a moment. We have parents, we have teachers, we have the community school coordinators, other district personnel already on board meeting regularly to discuss how we're going to implement the individual site teams and how we're going to do our needs and asset assessments to make sure we direct whatever building we do specifically for the needs of that community. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so the grant that we got was for $75,000. As far as training at the top, we already had 10 people, district personnel, parents, communities, teachers, attend a conference, a virtual conference for the National Center for Community Schools that was out of Manhattan. It was a very good conference. We haven't met yet to debrief, but we're going to soon. It got a lot of questions going and a lot of ideas came out of it from our members. And so we look forward to the next steering committee meeting so we can start talking about that. But the networking and mentoring that we get out of those sorts of meetings, we start our meetings each month with lunch together before the meeting starts. So even on the steering committee, we can start building relationships between the community groups. It was interesting, one of our first meetings, we're sitting having lunch, and talk about the Anaheim refrigerator led to a parent saying, hey, I have access to food through a company I know that ended up filling the refrigerator. That was just out of a conversation, a casual conversation at lunchtime. So we're trying to build these relationships, even with the steering committee, that then will build at sites between all of these groups so that they have a comfortable relationship to work together and build these community schools. Again, integrating what has already been accomplished and what has already been put into place with the model that we want to expand to include several different things in the pillars from the NEA model is one of our goals. And I also appreciated that when Tanya gave her talk, she also already spoke about how we've kind of combined some groups that were already in place or teams that were already in place with this model that we created with the grant, and now have those already moving forward. So we're very excited about that. And then the final thing I'll talk about real quick is our steering committee. And our steering committee has 16 members. I mentioned Rosanna Hera before. She's from the Orange County Community Congregation Organization. We have also community groups, Los Amigos de Orange County, the Anaheim chapter. We also have OCAPICA, the Orange County Asian Pacific Islander Community Alliance, present at all of our meetings. We have our community school coordinators. We have Carlos Hernandez and Joe Carmona. Myself and Lisa Eck and Jeff Morgenstern represent ASTA, and Ellie Robles, Maritza Bermudez, and Jesse Alvarez are parents at these meetings. We've already had leadership from the California Teachers Association come down to watch what we're doing, to take that back as a model of what we want the California state regulations to require. And in fact, in the requirements that came out, applying for the grant, if you already have one of these steering committees in place, it gets you closer to getting the grant. It gives you a higher priority on the grant list by having that sort of thing in place. So we're very excited. I'm going to turn this over to Jesse just to talk very quickly about the site implementation committees.
Hi, good evening. So like Grant mentioned, my name is Jesse Alvarez. I represent Sycamore. So the site implementation committees, each site will have a site-specific committee of 3 teachers, 3 parents, 3 students, and 3 others. The others are going to be representatives from our community partners that are already working with the school, or like our site professionals, like maybe psychologists, counselors, like Tanya mentioned, and everyone has mentioned, like we already have a lot of community partners. There's a slide where you see all of those community partners. So we're still going to kind of nail down like from which types of groups those 3 others will come from. So we have like a diverse representation of the community partners we're using, and maybe site personnel like the psychologist or mental health for that 3 other people in the committee. Educate, inform, and engage local school community. So emphasis on students and parents being equal partners. It's, with the school. So it's mutual respect, or equal partnership of mutual respect and validation of the family experiences and the ideas and assets that our families have in part of this, like decision making, and just keep building on that for our students to have success in their schools. And it's an ongoing process of engaging Like Kenny said, you know, needs driving the services, and the programs and services, you know, may change, may evolve as the needs evolve in our sites. And that's what's so great about these site-specific needs, or site-specific committees, is that they really are representative of that site's assets and needs in their community. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Well, the last few slides that I'll be sharing with you summarize what we've accomplished to date so far and what we hope to accomplish in the near future. So what we did in trying to envision what we would achieve during this particular school year, we broke it down by semester. So we're just about at that end point, and this is where we are. The key to creating or kickstarting the process of community schools for us was to go back to the coalition of stakeholders that the district had already established, to pull from them and to pull from all of our staff and our administration to establish that steering committee and to make it operational. Because it's that committee that is going to take on the task of creating the vision for the district, the plan and the timeline to implement the first cohort of community schools here in the AUHSD. And a big part of what we've been doing recently, and Grant already mentioned the conference opportunities and the training opportunities that we've had, is to locate and seek out those resources and to identify those best practices so that we put ourselves onto the best pathway for success here with our local community schools project. So again, Jesse had mentioned that a key part of our plan during the first semester was to educate and to engage administration and school staff. We're out there and we're in the process, just like we are here with you tonight, about informing everyone related to the characteristics, the benefits, and the power that community schools can have. And then we hope to model and to create a similar process and a similar set of stakeholders and leaders at each of the 4 key sites that we've identified in our first cohort of schools. So you can see from the calendar that I'm sharing, we're just about at the point where we have informed and involved both district leadership and Teachers Association leadership about the characteristics, benefits, and power of community schools. The principals meeting was actually just added after we finished the presentation and provided it to you. So on December 15th, we'll be meeting with the principals to review what you're seeing here tonight and to answer their questions. We also have had some site presentations that have already been completed, some that are upcoming, and a few that have yet to be determined in the month of January, because our goal, of course, is to finish all of what I've just shared with you by the end of the first semester. So what's next in the second semester? We actually want to make those site implementation committees operational, and we want them to begin to conduct a process for their site's needs and assets assessment, so we can create that vision on a very local level, which may look similar but may look different at each of the sites depending upon what we find from the process of conducting those assessments and debriefing and discerning the information that we receive. We're looking forward to collaborating on the grant application, both the state grant that Carlos had previously spoken about and others that we might find from other organizations to secure the needed resources to support our site and district plans. And we'll look forward to coming back to you during the second semester and hopefully gaining a commitment from you through a resolution that the steering committee is going to present to validate the district's commitment and our joint commitment to community schools in our local area. And then finally, we're looking to eventually constructing working agreements, contract language, and or a set of processes and procedures that we would use to memorialize all of what we've done, and then also to put it in place for continuous application for additional cohorts of community schools in the district in hopefully the very near future. So we look forward to coming back and presenting to you sometime in the second semester as a joint group to update you on our progress.
That concludes our presentation. And so thank you. And are there any questions for us?
Do we have any questions from the board?
Wow, yes. I mean, comments that, gosh, where do I begin? Thank you, first of all. This work that we're doing, I'm so enamored with this presentation because it really puts into view, I think, what a lot of us have been seeing over this last couple of years. We've been talking about it and bragging about it, but to have these really amazing concrete numbers, it warms my heart what you all have been doing, the work that you've been doing. You saved our community. Jumped in and you saved the people and you know, brought the resources that they needed from a real perspective when others didn't. And I won't get into that, but that work helped to create, you know, this greater work that we're going to be endeavoring, and you know, that helps with the getting the grants, and that helps to put us out in the spotlight. And I know we didn't do this work for that, but it so puts us way ahead of anything out there. I have never heard or seen anything like this in all of the meetings and you know, the travels. No one is doing this, and so I'm almost rendered speechless. I really want to convey my gratitude and my admiration. Without this kind of work, our teachers can't teach. Without getting the needs met of our community, our kids can't come in with full stomachs. They can't, if they don't have a place to sleep, you know, they come into school full, they come to school, you know, ready to learn. And so this is beyond any expectation that I could have ever dreamed of the work that we're doing in this district. And I so applaud, all of you. And I'm going to speak for the board. We wholeheartedly are grateful and thankful for this work. And I thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my soul. Thank you. Bravo.
Mr. O'Neill?
Well, I don't know what more I can say besides what Ms. Reynolds Trejo just said, but I was thinking, while she was talking, I was thinking back to when I came on board, excuse me, which was basically the same as when I was in school, where the child came to school, was in their classroom, and at the end of the day, they went home. And there may be a PTA or PTSA or PTSO, whatever, organizations on the campus with minor interaction with the community, but that was the extent of it. And to see it move from that point to where or the district is so involved in bringing the community into the process and making it really, it's a family affair. It's mind-boggling to see what's going on. So I hate to say this, I'm salivating in anticipation of seeing where we are down the road, and it's not that far down the road, to see really how this is all going to come to fruition. So thank you for all of your work. It's appreciated.
Mr. Jabbar?
All right, I'm going to jump on that bandwagon, right? So I think you guys, I'll start with the community schools first. It's a model that, you know, again, I was salivating as well, trying to see when it will get implemented here at AUHSD. So I'm very, very happy to see the progress of it. And flipping back to our community schools, our FACES presentation that was made, I got to tell you, I think Tanya and Araceli, you guys, just were amazing during the pandemic in terms of leading the efforts from our district to get the things that need to be done for our families, right? So, and I saw many of our faces who were there day in, day out during our vaccine sessions, making sure that, quite bluntly put, saving lives in our community, right? So I'm very thankful on behalf of the community. I want to thank you and our system that we have here, which assists on that. I also like to not only ask a couple of questions, but make a couple of suggestions, right? I think we talked about basing our programs based on the strengths of what we have. And I think the biggest strength that we have is our parents. So I'm going to ask you, which I've made it clear to Dr. Freed and Mike Mitsuda as well, and I've had a conversation with Araceli Chavez and Carlos as well, is that we need to make sure that we are using our best parents who are part of our Parent Leadership Academy. They come to the Parent Leadership Academy because they really want to be a part of the system. So it's our job to make sure that we create a system to get them involved every step of the way, right? They may graduate from the program and leave, but I want us to go back and ask them to come back and be a part of other projects or programs. Even the slightest thing, get them involved because they are our ambassadors and they are our biggest strengths. And I think some of the parents obviously have jobs and they got to do their work, but then there are other parents who really want to dedicate themselves in order to do the work in our campuses. So let's make sure that we have a system. I'm glad that we have a event registration, RSVP, or the OMS model that we're bringing in, which allows us to have now a software to really go after and not have our parents fall through the cracks. So make sure that that's the primary goal of you guys, because they're the biggest strength that we have. And I think utilizing them to do a lot of the work, I wouldn't, and I see a lot of the parents out there, I see them at community events. They don't get paid, but they're there because they love the community. They love the work that we do. You put in a call, I'm sure that they will organize about 50 of them to be there to do the work, right? So let's make sure that, thank you. Let's make sure that we use that resources very, very efficiently, and that's my ask from the dais today. I'm not going to be a trustee for too long in this district. I'm done after this term, but I want to see that continue even later. So that's one of my asks. The second part that I wanted to emphasize is our partnerships, right? I think I heard SSA came on campus to do the Cal Fresh and that's part of the community schools, right? But I also want to make sure that we explore having MOUs with our Orange County Healthcare Agency and our SSA for our community schools, because I think we have a lot of resources within the county that as school district, we are not utilizing much. So I think we have an opportunity there to really create MOUs with organizations and agencies within the county to bring those services to our families. Made another couple of points here. And the nonprofit organizations. We have a ton of them, like you mentioned. We've made strategic partnerships with some of them, right? But I think we can make strategic partnerships with a lot of them who are not being utilized right now. I can think of about 3 or 4 nonprofits who do different things that benefit our students, that if we have an MOU, it's going to be easier to invite them and be a part of the system. So let's make sure that, and offline, I could be helpful to connect those organizations as well. And I think, lastly, I just want to say, like, this is a great model for our school district. Matter of fact, I had a conversation the day that I was supposed to be at the presentation with your state folks who came to do the presentation at the community schools. I was actually at a simultaneous meeting with the Attorney General of California And we were talking about some of the work that we are doing in our district, and I actually mentioned about our community schools model, and he was very impressed with the work that we're doing, right? So I think, again, we are the model where we can actually lead the way, and we are leading the way. And I just want to make sure that we have all the systems in place so that we could get that $2 billion, most of it coming to our district. So, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Smith, do you have any comments?
Just some thoughts as I was listening to the presentations and people that spoke earlier. I'm just wondering about replication or duplications of services and how those interact, what you're doing interact with what we're already have accomplished or are accomplishing through different areas, counseling, psychology, health.
So the question really is, how do we ensure that we are not double servicing the same kind of kids or the same parents or the same community, but really sharing in that, and also bringing the partners, because they're working with those families outside of the trusting school, and so how do we ensure that we're working with them here? And that's the work. Our faces work with the parents through the lens of on the campus, supporting engagement and supports in the classroom, right? To be able to make sure that our students can then self-actualize, which is our career preparedness systems framework. That's the goal, right? But we got to make sure, to get them prepared, to get them there. Our community schools resource centers can do just that, and I think be more efficient and not duplicate. And the short answer is yes, we're going to try to ensure that we're not duplicating services for the same, because there's a lot of need. There's a lot of need with many students, many family members, many community members.
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. Having been in education for over 50 years, I know education has changed tremendously. And I've been with this district for a long time, and this district has always been a forward-thinking district. We have tackled and led new ideas and led the way. And here's another example. We're tackling this and leading the way in community schools. So schools are changed. They're thinking wider and broader of what we need to do for our students. And it's like the saying that you hear, when it comes to educating a child, it takes a village. And we're putting the village together and on the campus and trying to, get all those needs so that child will learn well. We've got a start, but it looks like we're going to be moving strongly ahead, and hopefully we get a good share of that $2 billion, but you guys are doing a great job. You're planning it well, and some of these are looking really good, so keep up the good work.
I just had a couple of questions really quickly, and this is actually Jesse for you. When I was sitting and looking at the virtual college and career fair, I was really thinking about our feeder elementary school kids and what a great opportunity it would be if we really honed in, and it's for you as well, if we really honed in on maybe targeted the fifth and sixth grade students. As I was watching it, it also just enhances our outreach to the parents, as you were talking about, Mr. Jabbar. So we're going to be doing this in person next year. There is a possibility we're going to do virtual. So can you see how we could outreach to our feeder elementary school students? And my question to you, Jesse, is can you help with that advocacy to really get, our feeder schools on board to really look at, all the things that we're offering in our district?
Yeah, and if you notice, we have a lot of parents that are already involved where we are, sitting in those both districts right now. We have a lot of parent leaders that are parent leaders in both districts, and we're coming up now into the secondary. And that's always been a big thing that I wish we can continue to expand on, bringing in those collaborative things of, like, I'm gonna be a seventh grade parent. Like, what am I coming into, and what can I expect, and how can we partner while we're making those transitions? And the college and career fair, I believe we did reach out and invited the elementary districts and sixth grade teachers, to promote that through the parent engagement leaders in Anaheim Elementary. They did promote that at our parent meetings in the elementary district, promoting the event and inviting their parents to, to start, thinking about that and start continuing to have that conversation from a young, the primary level about college and career readiness. So we are doing some of that work already, and us parent leaders, that we're passionate about that. We share cross communication through all of our outlets, and that's why having us be, parent leaders on these committees, because we are doing that, and we can bring those. These are the effective communication tools that we use as parents in those different committees and different, all the different like leadership positions we have within the two districts. So yes, that's what we want to do more of that as well.
Okay. We're with you. And then for Grant and Lisa, as leaders, how can we help you? How can the trustees up here, how can we help get this money? How can we help you do this outreach?
I would say, something that Trustee Smith, her question about duplicating things and worrying about how we're going to get all of the services out there and all of the different input from the different groups. I think the needs and asset, it's important that the word asset, the needs and asset assessment that we're going to be doing that involve the students, the teachers, the parents, the community groups, to get that overview of all of the assets in the community, all of the needs in each individual community, and be able to look at it in the aggregate to figure out which pieces fit together best to serve our community. And once we have that, to bring that to you and show you what it is that we can do and how the district and the board can allocate their assets to make sure, and their staffing to make sure all of those things work as best they can, I think is what we hope to do to bring to you in the spring.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. Good job. So that concludes our presentations for this evening. And we will now move on to item 10, which is public comments, open session items. Now, the opportunities for public comments occur at the beginning of each agenda item and at this time for items not on the agenda. Persons wishing to address the Board of Trustees should have completed a speaker request form, which was available on the information table at the back of the room, and they should have submitted it to the executive assistant prior to the meeting. Each speaker is limited normally to a maximum of 5 minutes, and each topic or item is limited to a total of 20 minutes. So board members cannot immediately respond to the public comments as stated on your speaker request form. But now we will take the public comments for those of you that submitted the speaker form. But please be mindful of the timer in front of you, because we have 5 speakers speaking on Sycamore. We're asking you to limit your speeches to 4 minutes. And we have 14 speakers wishing to speak about the mascot. So the maximum is 20 minutes, and so we are asking you to keep your speech, each one of you, to 1.5 minutes. And we have a timer with our legal counsel here in front. He does the timing. Please keep an eye on the timer and try to, keep moving so everyone has the opportunity. We want everyone to have that opportunity to speak. That's why we kind of ask you to limit your speeches or your comments. Now, I'm going to ask also that each of you, please, as on your form, state your name and your city of residence when you come up to the podium. So our first speaker for the evening, from my stack of forms, there's a number of you that want to speak tonight, and we want to hear you all, will be Jessica Guerrero.
Good evening, President Piercy, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Masuda, Cabinet and District staff, and families both online and in the audience. My name is Jessica Guerrero, and I'm here on behalf of Supervisor Doug Chafee to let the district know of our upcoming Future Leaders program. This program is available for high school juniors and seniors who reside in the 4th Supervisorial District, which includes the cities of Anaheim, Brea, Buena Park, Fullerton, La Habra, and Placentia. The purpose of this program is to help students attend weekly Saturday sessions where they're going to be exposed to experiences that nurture their leadership potential and prepare them for a future in college and or the workforce. Some of the topics that we're very excited to cover through our program are more information about our county departments, financial literacy, college readiness, professional development, advocacy and leadership training, and mental health. Students will also have the opportunity to meet local elected officials from both federal government, state government, and local level. Our goal is to have the students leave with a better understanding of the resources available to them and firsthand experience about how county government works. The program is going to run from January 15th through February 26th, and applications are available and are due December 10th via email or on our website at www.d4.ocgov.com. And on a more personal note, I also am a graduate of the district from Anaheim High School and Sycamore Junior High School, and I also participated in a similar program like this in the state government, so I highly recommend to all our students to apply. And if you have any questions, please contact us at 714-834-3440. Thank you, and available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Another Anaheim graduate, all right?
Jessica, do you happen to have a business card with you?
I do, yes. I could pass it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Samuel Gosman.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Samuel Gasman. I am a parent, a concerned parent of 2 athletes who attend Cypress High School. And I'm up here to talk about some of the protocols you guys have for COVID-19 when the kids contract and come in within contact. My children aren't vaccinated, and I think that's a personal right, and until the mandates come into effect, they will remain unvaccinated. So my son sits within a proximity of a child who is fully vaccinated who contracted COVID, and he was called out of class with a handful of kids, and they were separated, unvaccinated and vaccinated. So my son, being the only one who was unvaccinated, all the other kids were told, go ahead and back to class. My son was told, you might be sent home and you're going to have to take 2 COVID tests before you're allowed to come back. So my question is, with all the new data and science coming out, you're still able to catch COVID, contract it, go to the hospital, and die from it while you're fully vaccinated. And how come those kids weren't given the same speech my son was about having to possibly go home and have to get tested before coming back? It's like they're given a high five because they were given a shot when my son wasn't. Another issue I wanted to bring up is, like I said, they're student athletes. And the ruling before, they all had to get tested in order to compete, which I was like, okay, I agree with that. But now, because the kids are vaccinated, once again, it's like they're given a pass. You guys don't have to be vaccinated in order to compete in your sport, but the unvaccinated kids do. like I said, the new science is out, new data, whatever you guys want to call it, and they can still catch it, spread it, get sick, go to the hospital. And, you know, I would like to know who my kids are wrestling, because that's the sport they do. And, yeah, those kids are going to catch it with the vaccine. My kids can possibly catch it, even though they don't have it. But they're going to be pointed at and looked at as in, oh, well, it's because you're unvaccinated. Well, how do we know that? When the kids that they are wrestling that are vaccinated weren't tested, it's not fair to me. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to a lot of kids that are in that situation that play other sports. So I guess my question is like, is this something that you guys think about, and is it something that can there be changes? Because I know you guys are following, you know, the rules that are given to you by Orange County Health Administration and CIF and all that, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem right to me that they're being singled out. You guys talk about anti-bullying and suicide prevention and all that. Well, these kids are bullying each other. Oh, you're not vaccinated. You're going to die. You're going to catch this. You're going to die. You should probably get vaccinated. It's like you're creating a divide between them, vaccinated, unvaccinated, and it isn't right. And all these programs, the things you guys are talking about, it's great and all, but there is an issue. And bullying is still going around. Suicide is still happening. Maybe not in your district, but in other districts, the same situation. Well, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just have a clarifying question to to Jaren. Can you clarify our protocols real quick so that I know it's live streamed too? I want to make sure that we have the protocols in place, and I doubt that we're singling out people, so I want to make sure that Manuel.
That is correct, Mr. Jabbar. We're following all the current protocols set by both the Orange County Healthcare Agency and the California Department of Public Health. And so it is correct. Students do have to get tested on a regular basis currently with the new guidance. And so that is part of the protocols that we have in order for students to participate in athletics.
All right, so I just want to make sure that we're not singling out people, and I don't think that's a district protocol, or I don't think that we do that anyway, so.
No, we don't. And keep in mind, when they do contact tracing, there are certain questions that they're required to ask. And if a student is vaccinated and is not showing symptoms, they may have a different process than a student who is not vaccinated. So that's where it may differentiate a little bit, but they don't get singled out. They do things, they try to do things in privacy where kids are not being put against other peers.
Thank you for clarifying that. Hopefully we can reach out to the parent too. Thank you.
Okay, my next speaker, or our next speaker, excuse me, our next speaker is Linda Martinez.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I know that my form was turned in late, and I appreciate that you're taking this time to hear me. My name is Linda Martinez, formerly known as Linda Lovatos, and I come before you. First of all, thank you, all of you, for serving our community. Thank you to the parents that are here present. You guys make it happen. If it wasn't for you guys, this community would not be what it is today, because of your involvement. And because of that, I want to speak to you on behalf of our children here in Anaheim. I am a parent. I have 6 children, and 3 of them have already gone through Anaheim Union, the elementary system, and now I have currently a student that's going to Sycamore. I want to thank Mr. Romero. He has been incredibly awesome at Sycamore. just like the experience that I had with Manuel. Remember those days with Kelly? And I want to thank him for listening to me, but I reached out to Elle. Thank you, Elle, for listening as well. There's some safety issues that our children are experiencing where that bus stop has been for many, many years, the one on Euclid and La Palma. There is syringes, there is condoms, there's all sorts of paraphernalia left behind there. And our kids have to board our buses there at 7 in the morning. They're there. My daughter was one of those students. And so I bring it before you. I know that Al was going to take care of it, but because I need you to be aware of what's going on. This is how important it is to me, as it is important for me that all of the other children that ride that bus, which is like about 30 students, that they're safe, okay? That area needs to be cleaned. I want to have somebody, I know that it takes a lot. It takes a village for us to raise these kids, okay? And what I would like to ask is if we can have somebody ride on that bus with the bus driver. He can't control everybody and what happens in that bus. And there's situations that have happened in that bus that are not very, good for exposure. We don't know what other kids are being exposed to at their homes. I know what my child is exposed to because she lives with me. But I ask that we take very serious the safety of our students, and that we keep them safe, going to school, coming back home. If we can have somebody monitor that ride with that bus driver, that would be great. And if we can have someone, I'm not saying on a daily basis, but just clear out that Dearden's parking lot. The kids don't need to be seen, something like that. Imagine if they pick up a syringe, because they're kids, they're junior high kids. They'll pick it up and say, oh, I'm going to do something to you. And they're probably just kidding. But just remember, it's all about safety. We cannot have somebody who's going to be doing something like that. And then the other thing that I want to talk to you about is after-school programs. Right now, we have a lot of great things happening in the district. We have a lot of great programs happening in the district that are after-school based, but they're full. And that's one of the things that we need to address. We need to reach out. I've been sharing information with Mr. Romero about the Boys and Girls Club. It's just about knocking on doors, seeing who's going to partner with us. Anaheim Achieves, there's a big need at Sycamore. I've been trying to get my daughter in the program. There's no room, there's no staff available. So it's reaching out and talking. I've talked to board members at, Anaheim Achieves, and I'm talking to you now. Why? Because it's very important that we open up those doors for our children, especially when we have a lot of parents going back to work after COVID-19 hit, and they're trying to make efforts to bring food to the table. So with that being said, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your service to our community. And believe me, I'm a homegrown Anaheimer. Went to Sycamore Junior High, went to Anaheim High School, went to Lincoln Elementary. This community is dear to me, and the safety of our children is very, very important to me. Thank you so much.
Madam President, I have a clarifying question for Ms. Martinez. So, Ms. Martinez, are you aware that the Boys and Girls Club is not associated with our high school? It's a kind of a private.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are you aware that Anaheim Achieves is? We work with them, but we don't run that, right?
I'm very aware how both programs work, and what I'm saying is I've talked to the people that manage both programs, you know me, Anne-Marie. When something is concerning to me, especially if it comes down to safety of our kids, I will knock on doors myself personally. So I know that if we partner with them, I know that they're a private entity, but there's ways around to make sure that we bring more resources to our children. And all that I'm asking is that we bring something, that we bring an extra staff, if we have the money for it, so that our kids are safe. And Sycamore Junior High is condensed with a lots of needs, just like Anaheim High School is. And it's been like that for years. The East Side, Anaheim and Sycamore, they really need that support. They
And
really
my
do.
last clarifying question is, have
Yeah.
you gone to the city? It's a city-owned property at the Dearden's Market, and I understand our part that we can play, but I'm asking you, have you gone to the city and asked them about?
That's my next step. So I'm knocking on your door, letting you know that I am very concerned about that. My next step is going to the city, and hopefully the city will do something. And if not, we will go to Lou and talk to our congressman. We will knock on doors.
Gotcha.
Because it's very important to me. Thank you.
I want to ask you, is it the southeast corner of La Palma at Euclid that you're talking about where that debris is?
It's the one right at the corner where the is it Freeway Insurance Hub is at? Right at the corner.
There's a furniture store that's been
Yes,
empty.
the old furniture store.
'Cause
Yes, Ms.
I
Smith.
can tell you, I have called the city about that. I many times drive by there. I haven't seen the debris that you're talking about, but the people I have reported. And so I'm very, very upset to hear this.
Well, and that's a thing, I was never aware because I never drove my kid to the bus stop. I've always driven my kids to school. But now, I am working, so my kid, I told her the option is for you to go on the bus. She's fearful of going on the bus because of the things that happen in the bus and because of the things that she sees around the bus. We have a lot of homelessness. We have a lot of issues in Anaheim, that has to be addressed to different places, like the city, our congressperson, our school board. But I think the most important thing is that we keep our kids safe. I wouldn't be here. I could be at home. I had to cook my meal before coming here to you so that I could let you know how important it is to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
all right. Moving on.
And
Okay.
I just wanted to say, on behalf of the board, I did bring the issue up to Nancy, and Nancy is working with transportation to come up with a solution for that. At the same time, I'm reaching out to the city as well to take care of the cleanliness part, so thank you.
We need to talk to the city. Okay. Our next speaker will be one of the Sycamore Four, so you have, okay, Rosa Bond. Okay. Oh, the five, so you have 4 minutes. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rosa Rajera, my maiden name, so it's still me. My husband just prefers I use Rosa Bond. I just wanted to say how excited I am about the community school structure. I have been advocating here before on, equitable, racial just, relationship-centered schools for students. And I think that the community school structure offers that. So I'm very looking forward to seeing what comes next, in really engaging, as parents, this amazing speech. I can't believe I have to top that, but I'm just excited. I am a parent, although they're still in elementary school. I'm looking forward to seeing, my the amazing moms that have empowered me to, start that process, because it is going to be a transition and I want to be prepared for that moment. But just really looking forward to what comes next and really engaging parents in this process as equal partners, because we have something to contribute, like mentioned in the speeches before. We have different talents other than being a mom, because being a mom is already one big task of multitasking, and we have the passion for it. We want to give to the students. I am also went to Palm Lane Elementary School, Ball Junior High, Loera High School, and I am with the community, and I hear all these struggles that we have to deal with. And I just really want to have conversations and how to make these structures really really centered for students. You know, really, when I went to school, it's nothing like it is now. So I'm very excited for all these students to have these all great opportunities and expose them to what what real life is. So I'm really excited, and hopefully we can use this this platform, the community school platform, to really use those resources and really focus on a structure that's going to be really strong. So at the end, you know, when the funding diminishes or when we have to get additional support, it's already grounded on what we focus in with the students. So, and we can still continue to receive funding, but we need to prove why that funding is important. So I'm just really excited, and, you know, keeping an eye out for you know, what we all have to offer at our local schools, being community schools, and having parents really engage in this process, because we still need to inform what a community school is and how amazing and what the structure looks like, so that everybody can be looking forward to it and really contribute. So I want to thank you all.
Thank you. Now, I hope I say this name right. Is it Rosalsala Pescador? Was I anywhere near close?
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosa Isela Pescador, also known as Rosie in the community. I want to thank you guys for listening to us this evening. I know the presentation for our parent engagement and our Sycamore stuff going on was very, very beautiful. I really loved it, but I wished I can take this to someone and say, I want to be part of all this. Make me part of this. I want to be part of whatever is in here. I don't think it's fair that that you don't give new incoming parents a chance to be involved. I suggest we rotate. We don't work with the same parents all the time. Give new incoming parents the chance to show what we have. And yeah, thank you. We can do many great things if we all work together, if we take the time to listen to the parents' concerns. Just because all this is going on, I also would like to read out a letter that I did send out to our school principal, which I do thank for him reaching out to me and responding the email. I do think that the school needs to give us more reassurance that our kids are safe in school, because most of the time, kids are in school. They're more time in school than they are at home, whether it's just the school or the after-school programs, the sports. But before I read my letter, I do want to thank OCO for always having us be part of the workshops they do on community school and their Anaheim intersections space. We are very aware of the community schools, what they are, thanks to the workshops they have been giving us. Now on to my email that I wrote this morning. So this morning, a Sycamore junior high parent reached out to me regarding an email that was sent on Friday afternoon regarding the incident on November 10th. I did reach out to other parents to discuss the concerns, and it appears we all share the same concerns. The security of our students is our top priority, and we are all aware of various incidents occurring at Sycamore Junior High on a daily basis, from school fights on and off campus to recent incident this past week. Even though there was no threat to the safety of the school and staff, it is very concerning, and we, the parents, want to make sure that the safety of the students, staff, and everyone on campus is a priority. With this, we would like to remind our principal of the email that we emailed him on October 6, 2021, stating our concerns, ideas, and how we could help implement the ideas and create a solution, to which he did respond, but we have yet to see any significant changes. It is believed that our school, along with the parents, can come together collectively and make great things happen for the well-being of our students and the community. We would like to suggest a coffee chat with any police officer as soon as possible, so we can hear from them on what we can do to reach out to our students and community. In conclusion, we would like to thank all you guys and our principal for reading or taking the time to hear me out. Again, I feel like having parents along will make a difference, and giving new parents a chance will make more of a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker will be Maritza Bermudez.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent and cabinet, and everyone that's here and online. My name is Maritza Bermudez. I am an Anaheim resident. I am a parent of Sycamore Junior High. And first, I want to start off by giving thanks, because this is the month of giving thanks, even though we should give thanks every time. But we have been doing great work in our district and our schools. These presentations that they gave are super great, lots of information. But like Rosicela said, there's so much information in here that I'm wondering, wow, where are those opportunities? Because I'm a parent at that school, and some of this stuff is new to me. I've never heard it or haven't seen it implemented, right? So I know there's a lot of great work that's being done, and I'm very thankful because I'm part of that steering committee for the community schools, which I was super excited to be part of. But I don't think I would have been part of it if I hadn't been present at one of the board meetings where I actually heard about that steering committee. And with that said, I find out a lot of stuff being here at these board meetings, not exactly through my school or through the district. So with that, I would like more information going straight out to the schools and in a timely manner. Because, for example, we got a midweek email saying that we have a coffee chat tomorrow, Friday, at 9 o'clock, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm super booked. But, you know, it's very important that I attend that coffee chat, because that's like the space where we can come collectively with other parents and have a conversation with our principal. Other things on here that I would have liked to see in the presentation for the parent engagement is more information on how many parents are actually being engaged at each schools, how many parents are actually participating in the workshops, taking advantage of the workshops or the information that's being given. Is it of interest to them? Is it not? Are we lacking on certain information? They mentioned here parent learning walks. We have yet to have one at Sycamore. They talk about the Parent Leadership Academy. That's non-existent right now at Sycamore. They did have the Ready, Set, Go. But I really wish they would engage parents in that. They have the faces giving it. And I think that sometimes when parents, like Al had mentioned, right, to have parents, before I go on, thank you, Al, for mentioning and always bringing up the parent component, and that I really, really do appreciate it, because I always feel like that's where we're lacking. We're working towards it, but it's like always lacking. And like Rosicela says, I'm willing to give up a spot for any new parent to come in. But the opportunities, like I said, I find out opportunities through board meetings. That's how I get on committees, because I like to learn. But I'm willing to, you know, mentor a new parent on how to be on committees, what to expect, you know, how to get more involved. I've always said I've been willing to be a mentor, because I've been here for many years, you know, and I'm going to be here for many more years. I have a 4-year-old. So I just want to see more information on how are we engaging our parents, and also the FACES job description. Please talk to our principals and make sure they're sticking to it, and they're making sure our FACES are doing their job, that they're letting them do their job, that they have the space to help us and to connect us with what we have to be doing, and not having them doing other clerical duties that maybe correspond to another job. What else? I think my time's running out, right? That's pretty much it. I just really excited about the community schools model. I just can't wait for the needs assessment for us to move forward, but I know everything takes time, and I'm just very glad that I'm a partner in all this, and that, we keep on engaging our parents, and I'm very sad for the incident that happened yesterday at Orangeview. It really hurt me, but we need to do more work in engaging our parents and having them pick up those signs so they can see with their children. Thank you.
Madam President, I have a clarifying question.
What?
I have a clarifying question for Ms. Bermudez. Hello.
Hi, Ms. Henry.
Did you say that you just found out about a coffee chat at which school?
Sycamore.
I know you're, it's
Yeah,
Sycamore.
that's where Frida's at, Sycamore.
Okay.
Yeah, midweek announcements, because I don't believe there was Sunday announcements sent out, which I found it rare, because usually they do send it, but usually a lot of the stuff is not sent out in a timely manner.
Okay. And then I just wanted to clarify, I know that we still have COVID protocols, so I know a lot of that is it's keeping parents off of the sites for now. So, but are we doing things virtually?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had virtual activities, and we also, just so you know, second semester, we're kicking back off the Parent Learning Walks and Parent Leadership Academies. We revised it with the CPSF framework as a part of it. The principals were trained last principal meeting, so that's coming back. But we're giving space to the sites to transition, because as you all know, it's been difficult for the kids in transitioning back. So having some of that space has helped the students and the staff acclimate back to in-person learning.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, Maria Villanueva. Okay.
Buenas tardes a todos. Pues estoy, de verdad, es mi primera vez que yo estoy aquí y me da muchísimo gusto. Primero, soy mamá de un niño de 12 años que está en séptimo grado en Sycamore. Y de verdad estoy muy emocionada con todo el apoyo que van a dar, sobre todo escuchando las capacitaciones que van a tener para los maestros, para más ayuda con los que tenemos hijos con IEP. Y estoy aquí más que nada porque quiero agradecerle al señor Algebar, a la señora Marisa Bermúdez, que yo tenía una preocupación que no me dejaba dormir. O lo siento.
Hi, good evening, everybody. First of all, I'm so excited. This is my first time here, by the way, but I'm very excited to be here. I'm the mother of a 12-year-old. He's in 7th grade at Sycamore, and I'm, first of all, very excited for all of the support, especially all of the professional development for teachers, specifically for IEPs.
Y para mí es muy importante tomar en cuenta que nuestros hijos con IEP que estén en clases regulares obtengan la atención adecuada según sus necesidades por su rendimiento académico, obteniendo así el éxito para llegar a cumplir sus objetivos, sus metas y, en una sola palabra, sus sueños.
And just wanted to thank Mr. Jabbar, Ms. Bermudez as well. And then also, I just wanted to mention the importance of how important it is to take in mind our children with IEPs, that they be in regular classes to get the adequate attention based on their needs, so that their academic achievement can be, so that they can have academic achievement and then success for when they meet their goals and their objectives, and basically in one single word, their dreams.
Y estoy representando, no nada más soy mamá de un solo hijo, estoy representando también a todas esas mamás que no están aquí. Como vemos, hay muchas mesas vacías, pero estoy contenta de venir a mencionarles que como esas mamás, soy una voz de ellas, del cuales al platicarme a mí sus necesidades, yo pueda y tenga la suerte de contar con la señora Maritza.
And I'm not only a representative of my child, of one child, but of all of the mothers out there. As you can see, all of these empty chairs. So I'm a voice for them, and being able to talk with the mothers such as Ms. Bermudez and others.
Y es por esa razón que al yo mencionar a la señora Marisa Bermúdez, ella, corrí con la suerte de que ella me supo escuchar, supo entenderme como madre, mis preocupaciones, e inmediatamente le comunicó al señor Aljabar, y así fue como tristemente pudieron reaccionar en la escuela y entender mis preocupaciones de mi hijo, pero después de que yo hablé con alguien que de verdad me entendió mis preocupaciones, y al momento de que el señor Aljabar les comunicó, fue así como ellos entendieron mis preocupaciones.
And it is by speaking with Ms. Maritza Bermudez that I was lucky enough that she was able to listen and understand me as a mom, and she was able to communicate to Mr. Aljabar. And sadly, it wasn't until then that they finally understood the worries for my child. And once we were able to have that communicated in Mr. Jabbar, they finally understood those needs.
Por esa razón estoy muy contenta de escuchar que van a tener los maestros más capacitación para que puedan entender esa parte de que cuando los papás nosotros nos comuniquemos con ellos bajo nuestras, vamos a decirlo así, el tener esa comunicación con los maestros es muy importante, porque a nosotros llamar y decirles, ¿sabes qué? Tengo un problema con mi hijo, tengo esta preocupación con mi hijo, ¿qué puedo hacer? O si me puedes hacer una junta, ellos inmediatamente tienen que responder porque saben que al llamar es por una preocupación que tenemos los padres. Como padres siempre vamos a estar en esa atención con nuestros hijos para sus necesidades.
And that's why I'm so happy to hear that there's going to be more professional development for teachers, that when we as parents communicate with them, they understand that importance, that when we call them, such as if I am to call about a problem with my son, that I need maybe an appointment to discuss something with them, that they immediately answer, because that is a parent's concern, right? And we're always trying to address those needs for our children.
De antemano, nuevamente, señor Aljabar, muchas gracias. Marisa Bermúdez, muchas gracias por haber atendido, haber tenido esa comunicación conmigo, y siempre estar en apoyo con nosotros los padres. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much, señor Aljabar. Thank you.
And thank you in advance. Thank you, Mr. Aljabar. Thank you, Ms. Bermudez. Thank you for always being there supporting us.
Okay, our next speaker for Sycamore is Juana Reyes.
I'm wondering if it would be good to have the next person come.
I'm going to ask them to do that. I already decided that, because they only have a minute and a half. I'm going to do that.
Buenas tardes a todo el board aquí y a la comunidad presente. Mi nombre es Juana Reyes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, board and everybody here. My name is Juana Reyes.
Yo soy una mamá líder en la comunidad y yo soy mamá de mi tercer hijo en la escuela Sycamore.
I am a parent leader in the community, and I have a third child in Sycamore School.
Antes que nada, yo quiero felicitarlos por el gran trabajo que hacen, que están aquí. Yo sé que no es fácil para todos. He tenido la oportunidad de compartir con Mr. Masuda en algunas fotografías, en algunos eventos, y muy emocionada por todo su trabajo, su gran trabajo que hacen.
And first of all, I just want to congratulate all of you for your hard work. I know it's not easy. I have had the opportunity to participate with Mr. Matsuda, and just want to let you know that you're doing amazing work.
Pero también últimamente, en los últimos años, hemos estado muy preocupados los padres por algunas situaciones que están pasando en nuestra comunidad.
But also, last year, I just want to mention how worried we've been for certain situations that have occurred in our community.
Y hablando con otros padres, no solo traemos la idea, la preocupación, sino también la idea de solución.
And speaking with other parents, we don't just have this concern, but the idea to a solution.
Y una de estas es que como padres, como comunidad, que vemos a nuestros estudiantes caminar por las calles, últimamente con muchas personas que no tienen hogar, que yo puedo ser una de esas personas que no tienen hogar.
And the first of which, as parents and communities, seeing children walking on the street where there are people that don't have a home.
Hace algunos años yo tuve la oportunidad de caminar con la escuela Sycamore y otros padres líderes alrededor de entre la calle East y State College para observar, para hacer observaciones de qué estaba pasando, de cómo podíamos apoyar a que el ambiente fuera más positivo para nuestros estudiantes.
And some years ago, I had the opportunity to walk with some community members in Sycamore, and we were able to, as parents, with other parents, observe what was happening on the streets of East and State College, and seeing how we were able to support.
Y les pedimos, por favor, que buscaran alguna idea de cómo trabajar unidos la policía, la ciudad y la escuela. Aquí, ustedes todos unidos, trabajando juntos para buscar soluciones para lo que está pasando ahorita, con los problemas que están pasando fuera de la escuela.
And we asked what we could do to work united with the school, the city, everyone to find a solution for what's happening outside.
Como ya lo mencionó alguien del board, un niño necesita trabajar, todo un pueblo lo necesita educar a un niño. Entonces nosotros estamos preocupados porque ellos caminan entre basura acumulada en la calle, entre personas que están con diferentes cosas en su sistema, en su cuerpo, que saben a lo que me refiero, personas sin hogar que están ahí durmiendo, no sabemos, yo misma me ha tocado verlos en comportamientos no aptos para que un estudiante vea esas cosas que están pasando ahí.
And as I already mentioned, or as has already been mentioned, it takes a village, right, to educate a child. And when we see that children are walking amongst the trash, that they're walking in front of people with, different situations, with different chemicals, or not chemicals, but body system situation. You know what I'm referring to, when they have things in their body system, when they're suffering from homelessness and they're sleeping on the ground and they're having certain behaviors that are not appropriate for children to observe.
Ahora, yo quiero que valoremos la educación que se está dando en la escuela Sycamore. ¿Por qué? Porque adentro hay una excelente educación, hay un gran trabajo de muchos padres, de muchos estudiantes, maestros. Pero ¿qué pasa cuando ellos pisan la puerta de la escuela hacia afuera? Se encuentran con otra realidad. Yo amo la ciudad de Anaheim, yo amo a su comunidad, yo escucho a los padres que vienen hacia mí y me dicen, ¿qué podemos hacer? ¿A quién recurrimos? Hablé anoche con la policía y la policía me dice, llama a la escuela y me dice, llama a la policía. Y me bajo yo y me dice mi esposo, no vayas, te vas a meter en un problema. Digo, yo voy, porque no voy a pelear, yo voy a poner la paz.
That's time.
Perdón.
And I just want to say that I value the education in Sycamore. It's an excellent education. It's wonderful work that's being done. But when students and teachers who are doing wonderfully in that school step outside, it's a completely different reality. I love Anaheim. I love my community. But when I'm trying to handle this, I call the police, they say call the school, and vice versa. And then I think I should go, and my husband says, don't, you're going to get into trouble. And I say, I'm not going to try and provoke things, but I'm trying to put the peace amongst everybody.
Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Now, we have 16 people wishing to speak about the mascot issue. So I'm going to ask, we're going to give you about a minute and a half each so that you have an opportunity to speak. But I would like to ask the first 5 people that I call your names to come forward and sit on the front row, and then we don't have so long in between. What?
Can I ask the students to be recognized first, because they probably have to leave for tomorrow. So if you could identify the students to come up.
Students, come on up front, and then. Very important. Whoever comes up, because I don't have you in order, just give me your name so then I can write it down and I can pull your card. Then afterwards, I know you had the opportunity to speak.
My name is Alicia Sasueta. I am a student from Anaheim High School.
Sweetie, you have to speak into the microphone. I can't hear you. You need to, speak directly, especially with the mask on.
I'm Alicia Sasueta. I'm from Anaheim High School. I want to start off by saying good evening, everyone, and I hope we're all doing well. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm currently a senior from Anaheim. I hope everyone is, I'm sorry. I am speaking to you today on behalf of the 59% of students, which is the majority vote to have some type of change in the colonist mascot. Using the actual data as evidence, my argument is supported to have a change in the AHS mascot. I take pride to be in the school, demonstrated by my involvement in programs and participation in all school spirit events. I am proud to be in dance production at AHS, president of the club Leaders of Tomorrow, which are these students here today, ambassador of Crown, and I have accomplished the A&M internship over the summer and a part of the Ethnic Studies Task Force for AUHSD in the past. I have been heavily involved a lot more throughout the years because I truly care for not only the school, but the district as well. In all school spirit weeks, my blue and gold is unmatched, and the sport games I am always cheering. However, Go Anaheim Colonists is never in my vocabulary. As students, we were given 3 choices to vote to either keep, rebrand.
Can I interrupt real quick? Can you please not applaud, because we want to make sure that we hear the students so that we can hear what they're saying. So if you could refrain from applauding, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And also, it's difficult, I know, but when we have as many people as wanting to speak, if you want to give everybody the opportunity, please get to your argument, and then you've got a minute and a half. And keep an eye on the screen so that, that you kind of give the others the opportunity.
I'll try to be respectful for everyone's time.
Just so you know, the time has expired, but the board may wish to give you 20.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finish up, and then
Wanna
the
give you
next
the-
person will.
This flaw led to the belief that the 41% of students that voted to keep the mascot was the majority vote. When you actually think about it, the entire other 59% of students that voted all wanted some type of change, including the 34% that chose to rebrand and the 25% that chose to replace it. Anyone that voted to replace it completely obviously did not want to keep the mascot in any way. You are not dishonoring the 41% of students that chose to keep the mascot if you make the final decision to rebrand or change it, because you can see it yourself that 59% of the students was the majority vote that wanted to change the mascot in some way. Additionally, I would like to share why I voted the way I did and what I thought in this process. I voted to replace the mascot completely because I did not feel prideful of the name colonist, and did not choose to rebrand it because I felt like you couldn't really rebrand the imagery of that word. I believe the packet used to teach students was very watered down in the history of the colonists and did not go into an in-depth explanation of why we are having this vote in the first place. I believe that once a colonist, never
Please again a
wrap
it up. You're taking away from the other students. You cannot do your written speech because you don't have your full 5 minutes.
She needs to stop and have the
Right,
next person.
right, you're taking the time away from the other students, young lady.
I believe it was really important for what I'm saying, but I'll let my peers as well speak.
You talk about being future, you talk about being progressive, you don't give her a chance.
Wait. I'm sorry, but I specified we have, normally it's 20 minutes. You have 16 people that want to speak.
Hello, good afternoon, boards of trustees. Thank you for your time. I as well want to bring to you my reflection on the mascot project in its entirety. I want to state that 59% of students at Anaheim voted for a change. I believe that our votes were in fact misinterpreted. Many of my peers, like we are here today, voted for a rebranding or voted for change. I myself voted for a rebrand because I believed in compromise and settling. But I believe that having three choices, which was keep, rebrand, and change, was at a disadvantage for the students at Anaheim because it watered down our votes, and had there only had been only two choices for vote, the call for change would have been unquestioned. And I'd like to say that some people may ask why we care so much and why this is an issue, and I'd like to say that if you allow this issue to go off the table and if you allow it to go unseen, it creates ignorance and can breed microaggressions in our society, and it takes us one step back in efforts of achieving social awareness of these. And I'd like to say I hope you take into consideration my reflection and of my peers as well when proceeding in this process. Thank you.
What was your name, young lady? I didn't get it.
Janet Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alan Peralta. I'm a senior at Anaheim High School, and I'm speaking on behalf of Leslie Valle, who is one of my peers. And I'm going to go straight to the point. The word colonists also has negative connotations, and it leads many to think about colonizers, mass genocide, and the negative effects that it has had and still has had on those who are affected by colonization. Although we know the history and meaning behind why the colonist was chosen for Anaheim High School, when people hear the word colonist, what is their first initial thought? When I hear the word colonist, I don't think about the German immigrants who created viniculture colony. Instead, I think about colonizers and those who were affected by violent colonization. I remember the brutal history event that I was taught in history and in my Chicana ethics study course. When I hear the word colonist, I don't think about the school spirit that I see during Spirit Weeks, football games, VAPA events, or the school pride that students have. It is also not the first thought that most individuals will have if they know absolutely nothing about Anaheim's history. Their mind will lead them to think about the brutal events that they have learned about. There are some connections that cannot be severed. Changing the mascot will not destroy the memories that the alumni have created or their legacies. It will not destroy the Anaheim school spirit that many students hold. The students will continue to show their support for their school no matter what. It's been 100 years since the mascot was chosen, and the school and its students and what we want has changed. The colonist mascot does not resonate with its students or the German immigrants that settled in Anaheim. 59% of students want change. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Santanero, an Anaheim High School senior. In our survey conducted on November 9, 2021, many opted for a compromise, and in this instance, the compromise is to rebrand. How can we possibly rebrand a colonist? Their branding and keeping of a mascot will only ignore the history of sexual violence and white supremacy that the colonists actively partook in. As a woman of color in Anaheim High School, I've never felt connected to the name the colonists. Being represented by a white man in a predominantly Hispanic school and community will not accurately represent the student body of Anaheim High School and will continue to idolize someone who caused harm. To conclude, I believe that removing the mascot and the name colonist would be the best for our school and would be a positive response after countless years of historical oppression. I would like to remind you all about the outcome of our survey: 41% keep, 34% rebrand, and 25% replace. If we were to combine, replace, and rebrand the amount of people leaning towards change, the majority rule would be 59, while keep is 41%. Choosing to represent the name the colonist is ignorant and enables a system that the colonists were able to drive. Once a colonist, no longer a colonist. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Leal, and I'm a senior at Anaheim High School. I was part of the 59% of the students that voted for some kind of change and thought that some kind of change was necessary at our school. Before I was educated on why the image of the colonist was seen so negatively, I never really thought about the matter. But after learning as to why there was such a negative association with the mascot, and after learning of the negative images that come to mind, this topic became important to me. That is when change became necessary for me. If I was still ignorant about this topic, the packet we used during our week-long seminar would have failed to properly educate me. The packet was very one-sided and gave no kind of information as to why some students wanted to change the mascot. This may be the case why so many underclassmen weren't properly educated on all sides of the argument. Not to mention that students had voted before hearing students talk about their positions, and this could have led them to change their mind. Unfortunately, they had already voted, and it would have been too late for them to do anything about it. I also have to say that Mexican culture is a really big thing at our school and in our community, considering that it is Anaheim High School, the city of Anaheim. And I don't think it's right that we have a white man holding a gun represent the majority of our people at our school, which is Mexican. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of disappointed. It's the first time for many of my students that have been actively in any, taken action on any topic. They have been very patient waiting here. They have homework, they have places to be, they chose to be here. I would have hoped that they would have been treated a little bit nicer and with more patience.
With dignity.
You want to call the next speaker?
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Marianne Elmero.
Hello, my name is Marianne. My native name is Jitotque. My tribe was forcibly removed from the Great Lakes and forced down to Oklahoma. My grandmother was stripped from her family and forced into a boarding school where her hair was cut, her culture was ripped away. She was forced to forget her language, learn English, and assimilate. She was given the name Margaret Bursaw. There's no record of what her name was prior to this. I share this with you today because Native and Indigenous people are diverse. However, there are many aspects that tie us together, one including the attempted erasure of our culture and the erasure of our history. I'm speaking today to voice my disappointment in the district's contribution to the erasure in which the way that the vote took place and the way that the changing of the mascot took place. I understand that your intention was to educate the student body, but the way you went about it was totally wrong. To begin, a Anaheim history lesson with the exchange of land between the Spanish and German colonists, and not speak of the original inhabitants of this land, the Tongva people and their forced removal, the violent way in which the land was acquired, is a failure to your students, especially to your Indigenous students, a failure to your township, and a failure at a small step toward operations toward the Tongva people and the BIPOC people in this community due to the undeniable white supremacy running rampant in our city's history. The results of the vote were the cause of misinformation. The colonist is not a symbol of peace. The colonist is a symbol of genocide toward indigenous people. And to ignore that is to ignore the responsibility that you all have to enrich our students with the truth of our history. This is a chance to do better. Please don't throw this opportunity away. Change the mascot, period. Miigwech.
Thank you. Okay, Jonathan Daniel.
Good evening, board. My name is Jonathan Daniel. You can call me Johnny. I'm an Anaheim alum. I graduated the 2014. I think Matsuda was there as well when he gave out the graduation diploma. Anyways, the decision is very simple. You could choose to be on the right side of history or the wrong side of history, just like the desegregation of the very famous photograph of the first black girl to attend a desegregated school. You can actually identify most of those people in those pictures. So you have a choice. You have a choice to bring shame to your family. You have a choice to decide what is the best decision. And I think the best decision is to remove the Anaheim colonist, because the colonist word, the etymology, does not mean, oh, just settle this land, just farm this land. No, it means violence. Colonization is not just a one-time thing. Colonization is a process. It continues to this day. It started with the Spanish coming 1492, and it continues with, like you mentioned, the Germans, the French, the British, even the Russians in Hawaii and Alaska. It doesn't matter who colonizes. What matters is the word colonist is offensive. It's not sensitive to any of the people, and if you have any native blood in you, you should be against this word colonist. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Maria Reyes. Was she one? Oh. And then Victor Velades, and then Mazat Lo. I want to say this. I'm sorry we had to reduce your amount of time because you came here to speak, but unfortunately it's getting later and later. And I want to invite any of you that want, write the board. Email us at the Board of Trustees. We'll read your email. We've gotten many emails already. So I realize it's kind of disappointing to have a minute and a half when you normally would have 5. So please, if you don't feel you get your words out that you want, email us as well.
Gracias, muchas gracias. No hablo inglés, pero gracias por ayudar. Creo que me ganó la emoción y quise hablar antes. Dije, no nos van a dejar hablar.
Speak into the mic, please.
Dije, no nos van a dejar hablar, pero ¿saben qué? Me emocionó los estudiantes, que tienen toda la tarde y ellos quieren expresar, ¿verdad? Los papás ya pasamos. Yo vengo de hacer un voluntariado por más de 10 años.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I don't speak English, but we're going to be interpreting. So I just wanted to say, sorry, I got very excited to get up here to start to talk, and I got so excited about seeing the students, and I thought, oh, maybe I won't get a chance to talk, but just want to say thank you.
Sí, entonces el oír los papás, el escuchar a los papás, el escucharlos a ustedes, sabemos que somos una comunidad muy fuerte, gracias, muchas gracias, pero saben que a veces como papás fallamos mucho, porque queremos que los maestros, las escuelas den todo, y creo que no es así, pero al ver la unión del pueblo que quiere un cambio, saben que los papás se buscan, ustedes dijeron, hay que buscar esos papás, que bueno, a mí me dio mucho gusto, porque yo les dije, yo vengo de hacer un voluntariado por más de 10 años, Bol, Luara y Marison. Ya no tengo hijos, tengo nietos, pero me han buscado, entonces creo que no. Pero muchas gracias y estoy apoyando a los nativos.
So yes, I thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you. I got very excited to listen to the parents, listening to you. I feel like this is a very strong community, and sometimes as parents, I know that we fail, but you know, as united village, we can make changes, and I feel like it's so important that parents unite and they look for each other, and that's a good thing. And I got so excited to hear that you were saying, yes, let's search for these parents. I have been a volunteer, like I said, for 10 plus years at Loera, Madison,
Ball y
Ball
Madison.
y Madison. Ujú.
Ya no tengo hijos, ya ahora son mis nietos. Mis hijos ya acabaron las universidades y gracias al esfuerzo de papás, maestros y educadores. Las caminatas, los cafecitos, las clases de padres líderes es un apoyo grandísimo. Pero ¿saben qué? No hay que quedarnos, porque yo oí que muchas mamás dijeron, los papás son contados. No somos contados, somos personas que salimos a luchar y a ver, ¿por qué estamos aquí? ¿Por qué? Porque queremos cambios. No nos los van a dar, ¿quién nos los va a dar? Sino cada uno de nosotros, porque los buscamos, porque queremos. Entonces yo les estoy agradecida con todos y vamos a seguir. ¿Por qué? Porque hay un interés, ¿en dónde? En cada uno de ustedes. Entonces, seguir y seguir. Creo que se me acabó el tiempo, pero vamos a seguir. Gracias.
And I no longer have children, I have grandchildren, I have children that already completed university, and all of that is thanks to the parents, to the teachers, to the educators. It's a great support, and we don't want to say that, oh, there's only a handful of parents. There are parents out there, they're fighting, they're asking for change, and I'm so grateful to see all of them, and I'm grateful to have this time. And I think our time is up, but I just want to say thank you.
Voy a seguir porque tengo nietos. Me van a ver porque los
Mazatlo.
conozco. Me van a ver.
And I'm going to continue, you're going to see me here continuing because I have grandchildren and I want to keep here.
Gracias.
Well, I want to read a letter from Virginia Carmelo. She's Native American from Anaheim. I'll make it short. This is to the school board. You guys should have a copy, hopefully, if you guys should have a copy. But good to see you guys. Let's move Anaheim towards a more exclusive and dignified future by removing the mascot and the name, quote, colonist. Many schools and national sports teams have come to a rational understanding of the negative impact of mascots that are offensive and harmful. They have chosen in a spirit of respect, understanding, and for the better benefit of communities. To remove their distasteful mascot names, such actions in our country demonstrate that removing long-time negative of oppression, racism, inequality are a step towards healing. Healing, guys. We need healing. Preserved and historical injustices towards minorities, especially Native Americans and indigenous peoples, which is the Mexicans and Chicanos. We are also Native Americans. This is a historical disconnect between the colonists. A depicted at Anaheim High School mascot as much later German colonists in Anaheim. Colonists arrived in America's East Coast in the early 1600s and were never in California. Quote, colonists predates the establishment of the United States and democracy. Quote, colonists worldwide took indigenous lands as their own under violent, dehumanizing methods, raids, and warfare, child molestation, and rape and genocide, which is the reason the word should not represent the high school students. In 1877, the Germans that planned project to move to Anaheim were in fact investors. It was local Native Americans and indigenous agriculture work that made possible that water supplies, the land preparation of vineyards of the, so that the Germans could prosper.
That's
3 years later, when all was ready, the Germans arrived to make their homes in unceded land. During the same era, local natives barely survived in Croatian, having 90% lost populations under horrifying attempts to completely exterminate indigenous peoples and the land. For Native Americans, the term colonist is a reminder of a rule and distrust treatment of our ancestors. In 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said the following, quote, our nation was born on genocide when embraced and doctrined the original American, the Indian, quote unquote Indian, we're not from India, was an inferior race. Then before there were large numbers of Negroes on their shores, the scar racial hatred and the disfied colonial society from the 16th century towards blood flood and battles of racial supremacy. We are perhaps the only nation which is tired of matter of national policies to wipe the indigenous population. Moreover, we elevated the tragic experience into a noble crusade. Indeed, even today we have not permitted ourselves to reject the federal remorse of shameful episodes, our literature and films and drama and folklore and all. Let us be the forward-thinking and responsible to all. Let us create much needed sensitivity for all cultures and be the change for our community, all cultures, all black, white, brown, doesn't matter. Let us end an era of harmful mascots, remove the disrespect of the colonists. Respectful Virginia Carmelo, and Virginia Carmelo couldn't be here because of COVID, you know. Virginia Carmelo is a Gabrieleño Tongva descendant and elder, is a long-time resident of Anaheim. She is a native to this land and was her ancestors before her. Virginia family has lived in Anaheim for 3 generations before her. Her father graduated from Anaheim High School. Virginia is the former council member of the former tribal chairperson of the Gabrieleño Tongva Nation of Anaheim and Great Lake Los Angeles Basin. Her 6 children attended school in Anaheim High School District and do her grandchildren today. She is a culture educator and consultant. Thank you so much. And we mean no harm, and please, we will be here till the end. Remember, If it wasn't for the Native American talkers, Native American code talkers, we would not be here. It would have been very horrible, but thank you to the Native Americans. And we honor all of you for your work, and please, it's time for healing. There's people
Thank
that
you.
committed suicide recently that went to Anaheim High School.
Thank you.
Raúl Alacrón.
Can we have the next speaker, Victor Valadares? Victor?
I don't think he's here.
Not here? Alan Peralta?
Oh, that's Valladares. I don't think Victor Valladares is here.
Victor Valadares.
Yeah, he's not.
Okay. Alan Peralta. Jennifer Santajero. Vanessa Leal. Eros Pineda. Victor Pantoja.
I mean, we get a little bit more time, maybe just like 20 seconds more.
That's what took up all the time.
We went through 5 people. All right, first I want to say thank you for everyone here and all your presence. This is how we make things happen, right? Also want to thank the students that were here and their beautiful words. Well, I don't have a whole lot of time, so I guess I'll get to it. I grew up checking the ethnicity, race box, kind of being confused. To be honest, you know, I didn't know how to answer those questions. I used to check off Latino, Hispanic, you know, all of those words, Chicano, right? And as I grew up, I didn't realize that none of those were actually the words that would describe who I am or where I come from. To kind of elaborate more on that, my dad was in Michoacan, Mexico, and this is the homeland of our people. We're our tribe Purepecha. And my grandma grew up with a lot of racism. You know, she was in that time period where she couldn't speak her language or any of that. And because of that, she chose not to teach my dad our native language. So because of that, I'm a bilingual instead of a trilingual. The word colonist, I'm gonna try to keep it short. The word colonization or the colonists isn't just a one-time or one-person story. It's the story of all of those who were colonized before us.
That's time.
The Philippines, the Africans. You understand what I'm saying? Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gennaro Figueroa.
You guys hear me okay? Okay. Kuala Yohali, Nanotoka Genaro. Buenas noches, good night, everybody. Good evening, my name is Gennaro. I am a resident of Santa Ana, however, I do work here in Anaheim. And I belong to a dance group. We do dance, Aztec dancing. And as you know, the Tongva used to be, they're related to us because we both lived on both sides of the border. So they're basically our neighbors, our neighboring tribe. So, I mean, as I feel that I should, you know, represent my brothers and help them, support them in any way that I can. I mean, let's keep it short. We all know what colonization means and the word colonists. We've grown as a society to this point where we've all opened up our eyes and we're able to speak our minds now without having any backlash or backblow to anything or our ethnic groups or our religious preference. Nowadays we're more open, so I'm glad the younger community came, and I'm just here to support that. Not only do we need to represent them, but also the people here that are undocumented, that are related to us. We do have ancestors here that chose to come here later, and I know my time's coming to an end, but I am in favor of changing the name of the colonists to something maybe more indigenous or something more open to, a little more open to all of us, and us that we're more open-minded nowadays. I think we can come up with a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And once again, I know it was a short amount of time. We've had a lot of public speakers this evening, so please, if you didn't feel you had a chance to say everything you want, write it down, send us an email, to the trustees, Board of Trustees for Anaheim Union High School District. Okay, thank you all. And we'll move on.
The girl's right there, she's raising her hand. You said her car, but she's in the restroom. Can she speak? She was in the restroom when you said her name.
Oh.
A young lady, yeah, please, come on. She was in the restroom.
What was your, okay.
What is her name?
I don't know yet.
Ask her name.
She'll say it.
I'll give it to her. She
Say it when she gets up there.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me? Hi.
Your name, please.
My name is Ariana. Well, we all heard.
Ariana, what is your last name?
Reyes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I also want to keep it short. I did step out to go to the bathroom, and I met with some of the students that came to talk, and they were crying. So I just want to say if that was the goal for the night, I know they were very upset for the outcome of what they were trying to reach. I just feel a little disappointed that I saw them that way. I hope you guys take this, reflect on it. Hopefully something comes, a solution comes to this. Yeah, have a good night.
Ariana?
Yes.
I appreciate your comments, but you didn't fill out a form. Okay, and I'm sorry, and I've tried to explain, I know it was hard on the students, but we were trying to get everybody the opportunity to speak.
Of course.
And it says on the form, we have a limited time per subject. So I feel badly, and that's why I'm telling you, please, write us, all right? But right now, the time limit is way past the normal. So I know it's hard when we've got a lot of people. So I understand they were upset. And,
I just mean more for them,
right,
you know?
so, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item of business. We still have quite a few. Thank you all for coming. I'm sorry you didn't have more time to speak. All right. We heard you. Okay, thank you. Okay, item 11, items of business. 11.1, resolution number 2021/22-B-09, committed fund balance. Roll call. Do I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Anne Marie?
Aye.
Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Mrs. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item 11.2, resolution number 2021/22-E-09, Day of the Special Educator.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Any questions or comments? And Mrs. Randall Trejo?
Aye.
Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Mrs. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. 11.3, selection of firms for architectural and engineering services, request for proposals, number 2022-04.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions? Comments? Seeing none, this is not a roll call vote, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. 11.4, educational consulting agreement, Vicky Sundgren.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. 11.5, this is the 11.5.1 through 11.5.16, school-sponsored student organizations.
Move all of them.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? And so,
I just wanted to comment, when I was looking through all of these applications, I was so proud and thrilled to see a lot of our 5Cs built into a lot of these clubs. A lot of them involved building school community and joining, sharing, these are some of the words. We're talking about relieving mental stress, inclusivity, expressing ideas, just, you know, it was just a reminder of just how we are engaging our students, and just a reminder of how important even a club can be in enhancing our school community. And I just want to commend our students for all of these. I was really thrilled to see some of these groups.
Our
So
clubs are coming back
congratulations.
after a couple of years of, you know, and they kind of faded away. Now they're back, and that's good to see. Okay, any other comments, questions? Everyone gets to vote now. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 6-0. Okay, I'd like to say now that you had your opportunity to vote, if you'd like to leave, I think the rest of the board would be okay if you want. You're sure? Okay, because it's getting 9:45 here.
Trustee
Okay.
Piercy, Trustee Piercy, if the board would like, I would recommend taking 11.6 through 11.10 together.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, 11.6 to 11.10, I have a motion and a second. This is all the MOUs, thank you.
Great.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, and this is all in action. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Seeing, wait a minute.
What?
To 10.
Yes.
Okay, right.
Now
All
we go
right,
to
then we go to 11.11. This is amended, we already voted, motion passed. 11.11, amended 2021-22 student teacher calendar. Motion,
So moved.
Second?
any questions or comments? I have one. I'm going to vote no, because I really believe, and I've sent a letter out to everyone on the board, that I believe that we have to be in tune with the climate change that is happening here. The whole world is getting on board just about, and part of that climate change, here in Southern California, we have a distinct climate that is changing, and it's getting hotter. And we have changed our school year from what it originally was to starting in August. And August and September are two of the hottest months. And when we received our, we look at what we spend on energy and how much energy we use in those 2 months, I think it would behoove us to look at using some cooler months for our going back to the original school year, where we started after Labor Day and went through June, because we would go through June because we've given a whole week at Thanksgiving now. And I know it's not going to change this year because this, it's a little late to change it. But I do want that we look into this, because we're Southern California, and the reason that we went to this school change, I don't think is officially valid anymore. And so I think we need to think about our society and our world and get on board with climate change and the things that need to be done to help with climate change. So just as a, just a kind of a, because I've got something against it, I'm going to say no, but it's not going to change this year. I've already told Grant I was going to vote no. So, okay. So anyway, that's my spiel. Anybody else got anything to say?
I got something to say.
Yes.
So when you say climate change, I'm there, but I just want to give an opportunity for Brad Jackson to clarify something with the timeline.
Yes, so thank you, Ms. Piercy. So this item is actually for the existing calendar for this school year.
Right.
This is simply indicating that we switched the professional development day from January 28th of 2022 to November 12th. And that was just to make sure that we didn't have a large number of absences with the
that's right.
Veterans Day
Okay.
weekend.
So you could vote yes.
In that case, I can vote yes. I'm sorry, I blew that one, but I forgot it was just the amended. I thought we were okaying the calendar for next year.
No,
It's already been approved.
it's already been approved.
Already been approved. Okay, I missed my chance.
So I think you sent the letter, good intentions, we'll probably have to have a discussion
Well,
later.
it takes time. I didn't expect miracles to happen immediately.
You
Come
haven't
on.
missed your chance. So we're working on that in negotiations, and then we'll be bringing that forward at a later board meeting. then
Okay.
We'll have an opportunity.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Okay.
I would
So-
like to add something. I want to thank you for your intended comment for the change of time. I think it's wonderful, and I just want to thank you for
Okay.
that.
No, but I will go for that amended calendar because I thought that was a good idea. Blew that one. Ooh. I make mistakes. Okay, in that case, everybody, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, consent calendar, what are we going to pull?
Poll 12.7 GG, 12.8.
1211, please, and move for the balance if there are no others.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 12,
0.7 GG and 12.8.
12.7, okay.
Second.
Okay. Any comments, questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained?
Aye.
Okay. 1211,
So move.
Second.
okay.
I just wanted to clarify really quickly, in the interest of time, I understand. I just wanted to clarify the duties of the teachers involved in this, for the stipend.
For the Orange County Human Relations?
So the Orange County Human Relations, they do the program, but then you're giving stipends to the teachers, teacher advisors, and so what are their duties? I was curious as to what are they doing to get that stipend?
Right, so for this money, really, this is for the RJ folks that we're giving to the sites to support restorative justice. Now, for the Bridges program, we do have teachers that serve as links and advisors to the club. So, and as part of that, they have different events they partake in. Walk in My Shoes is an example. They also meet with the students on a regular basis, and part of the work that they do through Bridges is they get a stipend for that work because it's above and beyond. Yeah, it's something that we've had for a number of years now, and it's most of our schools, I can't remember, I don't think all of them, but most of our schools have the Bridges program.
Okay,
But
thank you.
this is really to extend the restorative justice specialists, because as you know, with the increased mental health needs at our sites, some sites have requested a TOSA to support, some sites have requested some additional clerical staff or office staff, and then some sites have requested the restorative justice person. So we try to accommodate based on the need of the school.
Okay.
So that's what this was for. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. I think this is an outstanding program.
Okay. Did we vote on it yet?
Vote.
No, vote.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah, we can vote.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
It's 4-0.
4-0. Okay. Moving on to number 13, superintendent and staff report.
No report.
No report?
Real quickly, first of all, I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Secondly, I know they just left, but I do want to acknowledge our interpreters who are here this evening. We borrowed them from Anaheim Elementary School District. They did an outstanding job, as you saw. They were having to keep up with some pretty fast speakers. I was actually pretty impressed because I know they were matching me with their speed. But I want to acknowledge Mary Madrigal.
That's a bad task, right?
That's a strength. I want to acknowledge Mary Madrigal, Alina Roque, and I hope I said that correctly, and Jasmine Anaya. So they were great, and I know Dr. Bryant will convey our appreciation to them and to Anaheim Elementary again for allowing us to use them tonight. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
All
I know
right.
Mary Madrigal. I didn't even see her back there.
Yeah,
They were great.
they were very good.
No.
Nothing? Nancy?
No report for tonight.
Carl? You got your speaker working now. Okay, Board of Trustees report, starting with Anne Marie, Mrs. Trail.
In the interest of time, I'm going to reserve my report until next month, but I just want to acknowledge the students that came out today, and I want to share, I feel that they left disappointed and upset, and I would like to apologize on my behalf. We tout that we're a district of, we want our students to have a voice, and I felt that they didn't have a voice tonight as much as they would have liked. It's intimidating to get up and talk in front of us, and I felt that we could have done a better job of hosting them. And so I apologize, and I hope that that never happens again. And I invite, as Trustee Piercy said, to please write us and let us know your feelings on this subject matter. Thank you.
Do you know who the teacher was that was with them?
Yes.
Give me her name, please, because I want to email her and talk to her.
We'll get it to you.
Will you get it to me? Okay. No, because I felt bad about that, but I was trying to, to keep it within the time, because we had a lot of, speakers, and I agree, I just felt badly, but trying to get them to, not read the speeches they had already prepared was kind of tough. Okay.
In the future, you might they don't need to address the board and address the audience and do that, because that's going off their time clock.
Right.
State your name and get on with the program.
And the idea was, I was hoping they would realize that they were reduced in time, they couldn't read what they had prepared, because that doesn't.
In hindsight, we'll correct that, but, I know the board's always shown grace to the students, and we didn't really know they were students till the last second, but they had rehearsed. This is the first time they had come up to speak, so it was difficult. We'll straighten it out.
Yeah, well, and that's why I want to get in touch with the teacher.
I just want to say, I agree with Anne Marie on that, and I did go out there and apologize to them, because all of them were in tears, unfortunately. This is their first time taking the opportunity to speak and advocate on behalf of an issue, and I think they felt like they were slighted, as the board was rude to them. I did apologize to them on behalf of the board and myself. I think we always talk about giving the opportunity for students to speak, and I get it. I think we have to be more patient with the students, regardless of how much time we have. I think when students take the opportunity to come up and speak, especially when we are a democracy school district, I think we have to be patient with them. Even if they go over their time limit, it is our job as leaders who are encouraging students to give the opportunity for them to speak. I feel bad that I did not interrupt that particular interaction to give them more time, but I was also cognizant of the fact that you had a tough job in your hands, Madam President, to kind of make sure that we keep everything on track. But I think we have to be very, very cognizant of the fact that students take the opportunity to come, staying here till 9 o'clock, 9:30 to give their public comment. We have to be cognizant of it. And I think the rest of the public will be cognizant of the fact too, even if you would have given more time to them to speak and limited the time to the public, I think they would have understood, because students are the priority for this district.
I don't disagree,
Yeah.
and I wish I'd have thought of that sooner, okay?
Yep.
Because that is what I would agree to.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel also, but, and I think maybe in the future, okay, if it's a student speaker, maybe.
There should be a spot for that, right?
Right, well, and they don't always hit it, though. In other words,
No,
are they a
there's not.
student?
I don't think there's a spot.
Well,
here.
yeah, to ask, are you a student of the Anaheim, right here. So, but, I mean, and a lot of them kind of just don't always fill out the whole thing, but I would like, to know ahead of time, and then, because I agree with you. This is intimidating, okay? And I was trying to, because we had so many speakers. We had several different speakers and several different groups, and in presentations that took quite a while, so I was trying to move things through. So I know, I feel badly, and I feel badly that they were upset, so
It's a lesson for all of us.
all of us, yeah. So, and we'll make some changes when we have students coming forward to speak too, and let the audience know, especially if it's a large number of people, say, okay, we're going to give the students a little bit more time than you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam President.
Buy them lunch and speak to them.
Oh, I'm going to. I'm already going to take care of that.
Yeah, we'll get the name to you.
Okay.
So, you?
I'm going to pass due to the time.
Well, keeping that with that, I'll pass too, but I'll just say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And I just wanted to give, and we already mentioned it, but give our prayers and thoughts to Jackie Brock's family, so that way, especially the son, And then also remind everybody that Robert Saldivar's daughter's memorial's on Monday, and the viewing starts at 10 o'clock. So, thank you.
Is that a school day?
Yes.
No.
Monday?
We
Oh,
have-
that's right. It's a.
Next week is
a spring break.
break.
It's a work day for me, so.
So it is not a work, it's not a
It's
school.
not a work for the school, yeah.
I mean, well,
Okay.
district
Okay.
staff can come in if they choose, but it's not, it's a non-student day, and our teachers are off.
It's at 10 o'clock?
November 22nd at 10 o'clock.
Okay, yeah.
That's when the viewing is, I think.
I think it's at 11 o'clock is the.
11 o'clock is the rosary.
And then 2 o'clock is the
11:30
bird.
is the
Bird.
The mass.
The mass.
Yeah, 2 o'clock is.
I think it's already given to the board members, right?
Yeah.
So-
Okay.
Paulina will get it to me. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Mrs. Smith?
I just want to thank Mr. Matsuda, our superintendent, for a wonderful AI event. It was wonderful. I learned a lot, and I deeply appreciated it. My husband really enjoyed sitting next to Neil, I think his name was. And this has been a very traumatic time in our lives, with everything that we're all dealing with on so many different levels. And I think for our youth tonight, they have had a loss with their principal's daughter. I'm sure they feel that very internally. And we all have losses that we're dealing with. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the people in this school district. They are extremely caring, wonderful human beings. And over the years I've had this work here, I have felt so blessed because of wonderful, wonderful people that have come into my life. And I'm just grateful. The AI was just extraordinary, and I wish all of you a lovely holiday. It's not going to be extremely lovely for many people, but it's life today, and I wish you all well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep this short. I will push off my report too, but I do have a question about the issue I was running on about on the calendar, my idea of the calendar change. And you said something about talking about this, about the calendar change?
Yes, so that's something that we're currently in bargaining on, and we'll be bringing that forward
Okay,
as a recommendation.
because I was going to, I'll give you a letter, and I mean, I have some questions that I would like to ask about, the AP classes and the number of students that we have enrolled in them and how many are passing. I would like to get some of that information. And, it's interesting because I've talked to students who took AP classes and then, took the test, passed it, but then it didn't do them any good when they signed up for the colleges that they went to. And I was talking with a teacher last week at the band festival, and he said that, some of these colleges won't even accept them unless they got a 5 on the test, and then all they give them credit for is electives. So it's like, I'd like to know how many of our students are taking AP classes and how many of them are really utilizing it. In other words, I mean, it costs us a lot. A lot of these students take the test, but they don't get a 5. They get a 4 or a 3. So I kind of like to see some statistics on that. Now, this isn't something I'm going to ask the staff to do. Do I need to make it an agenda item? Or can I just give you the stuff I'd like to know? Okay, because I think that reflects to me on the reasoning of our calendar, and I think we need to change. Okay, the times have changed, and we're doing a lot different things now. So perhaps the time for making all these exceptions for our AP students is past. And let's think about the majority of students rather than the select few that actually take the test and use it. So, okay, that's my last thing, then I won't ask for an agenda item. Okay? Does anyone else want to ask for an agenda item? Okay, no? Okay, future meeting dates. Our next annual organization meeting of the board is set to be next month on Tuesday, December 14th. So that will be our next meeting. It'll be after the CSBA conference and our next Golden Bell Award. I mean, to be, how about that? So, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the meeting is adjourned at 10:03.